Good morning everyone, 9:30 and time for me then to open this session of the Enfield Local Plan Examination. I'm still Stephen Lee, the Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan and report to the Council in due course. I'm assuming everybody could hear me. Okay. As usual, we've got obviously familiar faces around the table generally, so I don't need to go through my general opening spiel on how the examination and session will run. I think everyone's familiar enough with that. We will do, for the benefit of people at home who may be watching, I'm not sure how many that will be, but if there is anybody, then we'll do introductions so that everyone knows who's speaking, and Mr. Byrne can say which of his many hats he's wearing this morning. And then we'll see, as usual, any matters arising, and then get into the agenda for today, which is about matter 13 and the employment land policies or employment policies. And the other thing I'll do, obviously, when we have done the instructions and matters arising, I'll just double check. I think in the agenda today, I started with E1, then went on to E12 and then did them chronologically, partly because E1 and E12 seem to have a bit of a relationship, but also, Mr. Byrne, your statement only relates to E12. I didn't, obviously you may have made reps on other policies and you may wish to talk about those, but if that wasn't the case, then obviously you could do E12 and then you can, as usual, stay, go, whatever.
Yes,
yeah, so you didn't want to sit here, listen to E1 to E11 and then do E12 at about 5 o'clock and then you sat there all day. So that will do that way around, and then, yeah, we'll see where we go. So, okay, so no further ado, Mr. Reid, I've got just introductions from you, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Matthew Reid, King's Counsel. I'm here with Matthew Dale Harris of Council. We're instructed by the Council.
Hi, I'm Edward Jones, Spatial Planning Manager, Enfield Council.
Richard Pestel, partner at Rapley's on behalf of the Council.
David Maguire, Principal Planning Officer for Enfield Council.
Matt Byrne, representing Better Homes Enfield.
Sorry, this is where it gets embarrassing and I realise that I've left my questions.
All your questions.
In the retiring room.
Very short, sir, if you'd like.
So we may have to have a short adjournment before we even start, as absolutely convinced I brought them with me. Yes, never doubt myself. Here they are. Right, thank you. So, yeah, so if we start then, are there any matters arising, Mr. Reid, from yesterday that you need to?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then we will be able to start quite quickly with policy E1, which is the overarching sort of requirement figure policy and sets out the allocations. Obviously, we talked about the allocations, we talked about the requirement figure, so we don't need necessarily to talk about those things again, but I did ask if the Council could, following the discussions from stage 2, provide a sort of update on what it considered the position to be in terms of supply. So table 9.1 could be updated, which the Council has done. That takes, again, this is how it would work, is that this, again, just for the avoidance of doubt, this isn't anything I've agreed. These are what the Council was putting to me during stage 2 in terms of changes to numbers and everything. As I said before, no final decision been made on any of those issues, but I felt it was sensible just for me to understand the big picture. So where, for example, on URB 28, the Council suggested the capacity could be significantly greater, it would just allow me to understand what that would mean in practice, but then obviously I still have to come to a view as to whether or not that is a modification which is necessary to be sound and justified and so on and so forth. So it may be that these figures will change, but I just wanted to understand that picture. So thank you. You've updated the table in your statement. There are some changes. My calculations, if I've added all that up correctly, comes to about 316,739 to be precise. That is against a requirement of 304,000. So I'm assuming there's nothing in your statement, I think, to say where you're under any you're not seeking to change the requirement, or that the requirement is of 304,000 is still the figure, and that I guess logically then that the 317 would provide a little bit of flexibility, headroom, so on. That's okay. Okay. My questions asked you to update the table to include all sources of supply. So the table in your statement is still effectively the allocations. So there's nothing in there, probably never has been anything in there necessarily about what we might call a windfall, or an intent to be a particular way, because I know in the past you've said, well, there's not a lot of scope for new employment land to come forward sort of in unidentified areas, so it's only going to be intensification, really, generally going to be intensification, and you've not factored in anything that isn't allocated for that.
No, sir. Part of the difficulty with the windfall for the employment sites is that, as we've discussed before, the intensified format that the London Plan is predicated on is entirely new, and we haven't built one in this borough yet, and there's only been a couple built across London. So to give you, following a logic of a housing windfall where you look at what you've done in the past, etc., and have a reasonable confidence it will come forward, we can't do that here. And with the allocations we have got, they are all promoted by their developer, but as you will have heard from the earlier sessions, they would prefer flexibility to provide, not to be required to provide intensified formats. So all the pressure we have policy-wise is downwards, and we struggle to find a robust, positive alternative provision, windfall or otherwise.
Okay, thank you. I should, sorry, I'm just reiterating what I said really, but I just want to make clear. So yeah, the 304,000 requirement, we did have a big discussion about that, and we remember. So again, the fact I've not responded to that yet doesn't mean that 304,000 is the figure. It's just that that's the figure that you've put forward. And understood on the windfall issue. Your statement, I think, has sort of taken me through. It may be that at some point I ask you to pick up some of these changes, which some of them I recall the URB 28 discussion and that, for example. But if there are any other changes that, if you like, have come forward since stage 2, then it might be worth taking me through. It seems like some of those might be on Meridian Water, in which case we might pick them up under E12 issue rather than muddy it.
Yes, so the main change that hasn't been discussed before is E12 Meridian. Most of the remaining stuff is what we've discussed before. There were a couple of tiny errors in the original table, and I think Meridian 7, which is part of Meridian Water, has 8,500 square metres on this allocation. That had been missed off that table originally, but the rest is as discussed, and where a few small little sites have been removed, like Riverwalk Business Park, it's because they've been completed and following instructions previously. They've been taken out as completed, but there's no other major changes beyond those that are mentioned in the statement. Thanks.
Actually, it's a good point that you raised there, and that's, I suppose, it's reminded me of something, in that if you think about the housing, this is about the requirement over the plan period 2019-2041. So actually completions would be a factor of that, wouldn't they? So they would I don't know, it may be the 304,000 is written as a net, but I suppose I probably could do with somewhere along the line, it may be what the completions are, because if they're contributing to 304,000, then it's how. So if this is if this table adds up to 317,000, but you've also got 40,000 of completions, then the overall picture is slightly different.
I think when the ELR was updated in 2024, so last year, it took into account the most recent completions and the most recent pipeline. So we have some very small completions that have occurred in the last year, which are the ones that are struck through here, and they sum to low thousands. So it's Riverwalk, Snowbird Food. There's about 4,000.
I'm just trying. So if the requirement, it's like housing requirement, the housing requirement is 50,000 over the plan period, and you've built 10,000, they're just contributing to the 50,000. So if anything that's been completed since 2019 is contributing to the 304, then that needs to be in the table or somewhere, so we know what the residual figure is. Because actually, although at the moment, if you look at this figure, it might be you've got 13,000 square metre bit of headroom. Yeah. But if you add all the completions into that, it might be more like, it might not be very much, because if not having any completions, it might be 20,000, but at least I'd understand the differential.
That's fine. I understand exactly where you're coming from, because it relates to the base date of the plan, etc. We can just recast this table, putting those which have been deleted now because they're completed. We can recast it with them in, but the difference will only be low thousands as opposed.
Yeah, I think it's just be a completion
exactly.
figure, or written down somewhere that there have been in the sport set there have been. Again, I need to know what the number is. So first of all, that's before I jump ahead to what the plan would have to change, because who knows? Because there's other things to take into account. If you could just give me a 2019 to the most up-to-date completion figure where it's contributing to the 304 and part of the 304, then that's just helpful, because I can add it all up and it'll make sense. So yeah, thank you actually for reminding me about the completion issue.
It's something that I was aware of when we went through this, that there was a tiny net change because of our last 12 months or so completions.
But it's a matter of rebalancing the figures, essentially, rather than it.
Well, I suppose making sure the figures, that anything that's been completed since 2019 doesn't get lost. It's not.
Exactly.
It's not disappeared into the ether. It's contributing to something.
Exactly.
So yeah, perhaps I know. I say in the what's generally happened thus far with actions is the council's obviously making note of action, making note of action. When it's not been related to a main mod, you've tended to write me a sort of note, haven't you? So you'll find your actions. So if there's a note of anything that's not a main mod with all these things, then just a line to say this is what's been completed, and then I can do the maths myself and see what if any effect it has. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll work through the Meridian Water next. The other thing I asked, though, actually, although technically this is Meridian Water as well, but so shall I ask it now? Your statement relates to it in terms of E1 and this about IKEA, because we obviously did talk about the policy allows for potentially employment uses. So I think I guess my question was alluding to, following those discussions, has the council changed its position on whether or not development, employment development is going to come or could come forward on there, or is something you're promoting rather than being okay with? The subtitle of that is no. You still think it's not an absolute definite going to happen, so you've not included it in your supply figures. It's more of a could happen.
Yeah, I think since we discussed IKEA at Matter 2, the last sessions, if you remember, IKEA had their main point was to increase the number of homes on their allocation. So the officers went away, did some comparables with other sites around, and we agreed, well, we haven't agreed with IKEA because they still would like a higher number, but internally in the council, the decision was made to increase the housing capacity on the IKEA site. So it's moving from 1,500 to 1,750 in the housing trajectory. And because we've made that change, and because we've made that by reference to other sites around Meridian Water which don't include industrial on them, it's having your cake and eat it scenario. So the judgment was made to direct the plan to additional capacity for housing, and that does mean that we're not confident that we can secure strategic industrial out of that, because the housing capacity has consumed that.
Okay. Yeah, it's awkward, isn't it? Because obviously IKEA aren't here to discuss that in any detail. So, but one thing, just my recollection is that the reason the policy referred to employment but wasn't absolute yes is because it was a sort of a bit of land which doesn't really lend itself to housing. So it would only lend itself to commercial development. So if that's the case, is that bit of land still, you saying actually, no, we can put housing in there now by the increased capacity, or what? Because if that land's not suitable for housing, then it's got to be suitable for something else.
I don't think it's the case that the land isn't suitable,
Right.
because we have high density housing along the North Circular in other areas. It was, as a placemaking principle, it was considered that if they needed to buffer between housing and the North Circular, then we would be open to entertaining an industrial use on it at the expense of the housing capacity. So it's not the case it's ever been an absolute that can't come forward for housing, which is why the allocation, I think, was reasonably vague about that, because it could have gone either way. But as we've heard, the developer pressure is high density housing, and an incredibly large amount of high density housing. So yeah, the chips have fallen on the housing side.
Thank you, that's helpful. Obviously, we may have to come back to it, but we'll see. Maybe I'm not going to think about that. And then, just in terms of some of the other points I made on the policy, my reference to in criterion 1B, where you've accepted, I said the reference to Greenbelt, is that misleading? I think you've accepted it is. So yes, I'd say whatever happens, that it's easier to take that line out, because that doesn't it perhaps could be slightly misinterpreted. And then I think there'd be a consequential change to paragraph 9.23. You've suggested, I think, look at the modifications to this. Suggested modifications. Sorry.
Page 55 of the
Thank you.
document.
Yeah, so you've suggested a new criterion 3, which is the balance of existing industrial land, if it will broadly be maintained in line with policy E12. I guess all right, we'll come back at that, because you're suggesting deleting E12, so it wouldn't make much sense. But I didn't understand it anyway, so as a criterion, so I don't know what it means anyway, so perhaps put a pin in that. And then your criterion 4, new criterion 4, again, this is about, I think it seems to be setting sort of telling people what you're going to do again in terms of SIL. And so it's only kind of like, right, this is strategic policy, so I suppose there's no perhaps reason why you can't say what the council is going to do to achieve these things, so it might be fine. But it's a statement of fact. But again, that might be influenced by what we're about to talk about, so perhaps put a pin in that as well for now. So, apart from those issues, I think policy 1 is effectively setting out what the position is, subject to the changes. I haven't got anything else particularly to say on that. Any comments on E1 from you, Mr. Robson? Okay, thank you. Sorry, I've just got a note to make. Okay, right, so we'll move then on to E12, my favourite policy of the plan.
We've just really improved on it too.
Yeah. Well, I note that you're now suggesting it could be deleted. I may well have agreed with you at some point, but not necessarily for the same reasons. So I think, just bear with me. spent quite a lot of time trying to get my head around this policy, and then the statement said, "Don't worry about it. we can delete it." So, but I think what sorry, let me just get to the right page in the statement. So yeah. It does seem to me, on the face of it, some things have changed, or you're suggesting some things have changed since stage 2 discussions on some of these plots. So I need to, if A, is that correct? Because I've obviously looked back at my notes and some of this doesn't seem to tally with my notes. I'm assuming these are changes that have happened, hopefully, since stage 2, and that they weren't able to be raised during stage 2 because that would have been the appropriate time to raise them because they were relating to allocation. So I need to understand, obviously, what has changed, what implications it has, why it makes elements of E12 unsound, in your view, and what, obviously, the implications is for the strategy. And then we'll try and unpick what that means. So I think, I've tried to work through what you've said, but I think it needs some explanation, particularly as to sort of there's two things: what has changed and why, and also how has that changed quite significantly since whenever we talked about this in August, which is not that long ago. So perhaps, first things first, where are we?
So,
It might be worthwhile if Mr. Pestle deals with this by reference to a plan so that one can follow the various references to the parcels. So if that would be helpful, maybe. It's page 274, I think, is probably the best plan that shows the parcels, because there's obviously SA 5.6, but within that, A, B, C, and D. So.
if I've got it right, we're on figure 9.2. That's the map I've got. So it's worth Meridian Water Hinterlands, which is the land east of the navigation. It's worth just considering it in two broad parts. So Site A and Site B are the less complicated ones, we'll come on to them, but they're much further advanced with the council's Meridian Water team in terms of land assembly. The council controls the land, and the strategic infrastructure works are now in place through Parcel B. So the strategy for Site A and Site B is quite well advanced. The issue comes around regarding new evidence for Site C and Site D. Now, the plan as submitted, the loose proposal was that Site C would be subject to significant intensification. So it would deliver, it's a low density site at the moment. It would have a significant intensification uplift through intensified industrial formats. That in turn, if that was delivered, would provide the mechanism to release sill uses from Site D, effectively relocating them over to intensified space in C, and allow Site D to come forwards as a mixed LSIS site. And the main difference between LSIS and SIL, of course, is that you can accommodate residential on an LSIS parcel, which you can't on a SIL parcel. But it was heavily dependent upon intensified formats coming forward at Site C and a relocation strategy in place to move the waste uses which are currently on D, and importantly the Arriva bus garage, which is a very large tenant on Parcel D and has no other home to go to at the moment. Now, as you're aware, the council, not the council as a promoter, not the council as an LPA, the council has been working on developing a master plan to facilitate these moves. And of course, as the site promoter, were tasked essentially with relocating the bus garage and the waste uses so that the planning authority was confident that the caveats in London Policy E7 could be fulfilled, replacement space in advance, maintaining our SIL portfolio.
Sorry, can I just stop you there a second? So the idea ultimately was that there's no new land, but if D is SIL at the moment, then that's C and D is SIL. So it's not we're swapping land from non-SIL to SIL to release SIL. We're just intensifying C to the extent that there's no net loss in floor space or employment. So that's how it works. So it is, yeah. But the logic of E7 in the London plan would be that from a phasing perspective, you couldn't deliver the housing or the LSIS type development on D until C had been intensified. That would be the logic. Okay.
Yeah. So we required a robust delivery strategy, essentially, for C in order to facilitate the release at D. And of course, that had to be available for the plan making process because it was the plan that releases the SIL and turns it to LSIS. Now, what has transpired as part of master planning work and other work at the council's development side, the Meridian Water side, is that as part of the master planning investigation, trying to firm up the strategy, they came across some quite significant underground water mains running diagonally through parcels C and D, essentially through the middle diagonally of C, moving down to D. Now that, with a big water main which requires offsets, etc., the logic of very high density industrial stacked buildings is called into question. The parcel gets split up and just the load over that and the access required into the water main becomes a huge issue that we weren't earlier aware of, and related, or not related to the water main, but related to other aspects of the plan that we've discussed before. Various other site allocations have been pushed backwards in time because they've been delayed. And essentially, this now means that whilst the council was hoping to assemble land in parcels C and D and have the funds to do so, at the moment, the council's Meridian Water focus is on the western side and delivering phase 2 and delivering parcel B and parcel A. So there's no, the council needs to assemble land to buy up land in parcel C, and at the moment there's no realistic prospect that there's funds available to do that whilst they're focused on other things. So it's a combination of quite significant ground constraints that have been discovered and just delays elsewhere across Meridian Water, which pushes this down the list of priorities essentially. And it's as we were trying to firm up the placemaking strategy essentially for C&D, which would be quite important because LSIS, SIL, interphase, etc., it became apparent that the evidence was stumbling at the constraint side. So if we were asked to provide you a placemaking strategy to show how the LSIS could be developed and the bus garage moved, etc., we haven't got that available. And because of the GLA's quite right laser eye focus on our remaining SIL land and their insistence that we don't lose SIL, we gain floor space, it struggled to meet London Plan E7. And it was partly, I know E12, the policy here was complicated, but most of it was trying to balance this really awkward move between SIL, LSIS, and what happens with it. So it's fair to say, just to finish, it remains the council's aspiration to assemble land in C and ultimately to put houses, not in this plan period, but in the long-term future to regenerate D. So that remains an aspiration, but it's the moment we're in and the critical evidence that we would have to provide you and the GLA to demonstrate that's effective. It just isn't there as of today.
Okay, so in terms of consequence of that then, if you're saying, well, actually, we can't, the whole point of this, of E12, just if you sort of look at it from a pure policy perspective at the moment, the whole point of E12 was to facilitate this transition between the two land uses and satisfy the requirements of the London Plan. That's probably not going to happen. It's not justified, it's not deliverable, so there's no justification for the policy. Okay, but what does that mean then let's look at numbers then. I think you've said in your statement, quantitatively, C wasn't, so in terms of housing, first of all, how does it affect housing?
It doesn't, we were never reliant upon housing coming
Correct.
forwards on these parcels because it was always a long-term strategy.
So it was the potential for D to, the point was that D would be more flexible. So you would have options to do things differently without being straitjacketed into it. Can only be
Yes.
the limited list of uses that SIL allows. You could get a win-win. You could deliver the same amount of SIL overall, but we can have some more industrial land on D, and if some housing could come forward as part of that mix, then that's not out of the question. But not relying on it in terms of your trajectory.
It was never relied on because it was always expected. It was always expected that the council would move from phase 2 western side of Meridian Water, then focus on releasing or securing houses on parcel B, which is the SIL release, and justifying part of that SIL release by intensifying parcel A. So that logic remains for the northern parcels A and B, but yeah, for C and D, it was in terms of industrial numbers, there was very little difference because the intensified space on C allowed the release of SIL space on D, but it never provided significant housing for us.
I double check. Was any housing counted from D?
No.
No, it's okay. Right. And then, so in terms of employment land, your table 9.1 and meeting the 304, how does it affect that?
I think we lose about 10,000 square metres, if I remember. Hang on a second. Right, I had it. There you go, sorry. Yeah, so as submitted, we expected a net addition of about 20,000 square metres because we were still expecting additional industrial floor space out of the LSIS, but by deleting those two parcels, we lose about 12,000 square metres. That's in table 9.1, so the numbers change between those two. But I say it's not a big difference because one parcel was supposed to be offsetting the other, and we did get a slight.
Yeah, so if they stayed as they were, I suppose if the idea, yes, you want to intensify, but if it was borrowing from P to pay Paul, so you add C, you reduce D, it's the same.
Yeah,
but
that's it.
So it's more, this whole thing was seemingly a lot of it was a policy mechanism for placemaking rather than increasing things, particularly with C. It sounds like C and D, it was more of a placemaking issue than a numbers issue.
Yes, exactly. And I'd say it remains the council's ambition, and you hear the phrasing 10,000 houses as a corporate ambition for Meridian Water. To deliver that 10,000 houses, we would need to release further SIL. So I say it isn't that aspiration has gone away. It is just simply for the purpose of the plan making. We don't have the evidence to release the SIL today. We have nowhere for the bus garage to go, most obviously.
Okay. And in terms of then plots A and B, parcels A and B, you said that remains the plan. So, but that then doesn't need E12 to achieve it. Is that what you're saying? How so? If I know you've said in your statement, well, it's all in council ownership. It's sort of perhaps easier by the sounds of it to do. But if there needs to be a policy mechanism to achieve that, I know I've had some doubts about that, but there needs to be a policy mechanism to achieve that. How are you intending to do that if you're deleting E12?
I think, yeah, it moves into as you've made an observation before, and it's quite right. There was a considerable overlap between the main policy from Meridian Water, PL5, and the site allocation policies for Meridian Water. And E12 sort of sat awkwardly in the middle of those two. And as you've pointed out, it introduced a bit of confusion because you would expect some of the principles that were reflected in E12 to be in the formal site allocation, and you would have expected the direction of travel for E12 to be set out in the overall policy. So with C and D now dramatically simplified, and we're not dealing with ELSIS, we have a much simpler ask on site A and B, which with an employment hat on, an economic hat on, the simple ask is deliver us the intensified industrial on A in order to facilitate the housing on B. That's what it essentially boils down
Yeah,
to.
no, it's just simple. I mean, yeah, I think when I looked at all this, in my very simple mind, it seemed to be effectively a phasing thing. So it would be, you've got all these sort of in detail and all this information, but actually it seemed to boil down. I was going to, if you'd not said this deleted, but my question would have been, well, isn't it just a case of effectively a Grampian policy? It's not a Grampian. It's you can't deliver housing on B until A has done this.
That flows from the London
And you
plan.
could still have, I guess, drawn lines around these plots to show how they're changing their. So if one, if they've been released from SIL, I suggest you could still, on your policies map, remove them from SIL, but through SA 5.6 or PL5, you could have said these are no longer SIL, but they can't be released from employment land until this has happened.
Yes, I think the criteria in the London plan is that the homes can't be occupied until the replacement industrial space is available.
And that's a fairly straightforward thing to include. And that might still be what you're suggesting goes in PL5 or SA 5.6
Yes,
or both.
Essentially, because we're not dealing with ELSIS and managing a transition from SIL into ELSIS, etc. It is a much simpler swap, essentially.
So in terms of the policy then, let's say SA 5.6, does that would this alter anything in terms of what that policy would need to say in terms of parcels? I mean, as it stands, and this is what I always thought was a bit confusing, well, the SA 5.6, you wouldn't even know there were parcels, which is an odd thing to do if you think about it. But let's assume that one of my actions would have been, well, at least reflect this in SA 5.6. And to be fair, we could have talked about that when we came onto that site, and I kept these things two separate. Maybe hindsight's a wonderful thing. I should have dealt with it then. But reflect E12 in SA 5.6. If you were to sort of do that now, even if I was to accept this change, what would you be saying about parcels C and D? Do they no longer become? They just stay as they are, SIL, and they just stay as SIL, and that's it. Yeah. Would that mean they? I suppose if you've still got an aspiration, because one thing you could do is change the boundary then, because if they don't need to be part of SA 5.6 if you're not proposing anything. That's one option. But if there's still an aspiration at some point, and if things were to change during the plan period, and I'm thinking about the arguments you made about Coliseum Retail Park, for example, where you're sort of agnostic, I guess, at the moment. You're agnostic about what might come forward. We may have views on that. If it's the same principle here, where you might say, well, actually, if the world were to change during the plan period, this is what we'd like to see. Could the plan still say something about that, even if it's not reliant? Because I think there is a difference potentially between the policy which says we have an aspiration to do this, and if it happens, then this is what we want, versus we are relying on this to meet our employment land requirements. So would there still be scope for the policy to say something about parcels C and D?
I think what we've discussed is the plan needs to recognise that it is an aspiration to redevelop those parcels in the long term. That might be helpful for decision-making purposes and to guide the remaining tenants essentially on those sites to know that is the direction of travel for them. But unlike Coliseum, which is a decanted retail site, these have active SIL uses on them that are still there and have no replacement strategy, and those active uses still require a SIL protection around them. So I think the idea of having a policy that sort of weakens the sill protection is not ideal, whilst the core caveats of London Plan Policy E7 can't be fulfilled. And we'd end up if the London Plan actually strongly discourages piecemeal industrial releases. It actually states.
So I was going to look at E7 because I think there's a little thing in the back of my mind about it should all be done through like a development plan.
Yes, exactly.
Rather like the framework says in Greenbelt, at least should only be through development plans. It say it should only be done through development plan changes, perhaps.
Yeah.
Yes, areas affected clearly defined in development plan policy maps. Okay, so that does add a quirk, I suppose.
Yeah. And I think the risk is if we weaken the policy, what we've seen in this borough and elsewhere is that weakening can be abused slightly. But at the moment we have a reasonably robust sill parcel in the south, lots of which takes independent industrial access of Harbert Road, etc. The strategic infrastructure works that have been delivered through Parcel B have been delivered to a specification to allow those sill parcels to continue, things like sweat path analysis for the buses, etc., etc. So it isn't the case that it has follow-on, knock-on implications elsewhere. But yeah, for the minute, for DA purposes in the plan, we think it's safest to leave it covered by standard sill policy.
Again, what you've just said, I suppose one of my biggest the biggest thing I've got to ensure, I suppose, or understand is the effect on the wider strategy, not just for Meridian Water, but for the plan as a whole. And I think I've read what you've said is that this doesn't, because A and B are the big change, and you can still deliver that. And that's where the most growth in housing, particularly, is going to come, and that this isn't going to undermine anything in terms of that strategy. And so, okay. Right, let me think, is there anything else I need to, because obviously, so for me to take away to think about is the outcome of this, and obviously I'll hear what anybody else got to say and we'll come back and forth, is I think about the action, because it may well be, this is one of those things where before I can decide what the appropriate course of action is, I would need to see what things would look like. So it may be that I would ask for a suggested set of modifications so I can at least understand what the end result of all this is and how it would flow through any other part of the plan before I can understand it. Taking the point, obviously, if it's not deliverable, that's fundamentally going back to the first question is, okay, if you want to delete that policy, what's unsound about it? I guess you're now saying it's not justified anymore. And that's just, and it is an unfortunate thing. Would it were that the world would stop while we were dealing with local plans? Unfortunately, the world does move on, and people carry on working on things. So things do change, I recognise that. It's unfortunate timing as much as anything else, I suspect.
It is, and we have, and Dr. Jones has been working on possible modifications to the site allocation policies that carry forwards the remnants of E12 and the placemaking principles that would inform a new site allocation that would relate to parcel A and B, right, and its interphase into C and D, etc. So we can work up a final.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'll see what Mr. Byrne's got to say first, and if there's anything else. I mean, I suppose to a certain extent, a lot of my other questions sort of fall away and become rather pointless because, other than if I was to say, well, if I don't find this course of action sound, your course of action sound, and the policy shouldn't be deleted, then we need to make sure. But the policy, I think it's fair to say, from my first impression of the policy, is that it can't stay as it is. It doesn't do anything as part of anything else. It just says these are loads of things we're going to change in great detail, and actually all the policy, and as I say, looking at it very simplistically, and this might be what the policy relating to A and B, wherever that might end up, has to do is one thing can't happen until the other things happen, and that's literally all it comes down to. So there was a very complicated way of getting to that very simple concept, and then see, obviously, I don't know, and I would have thought, without wanting to put words in GLA's mouth, as long as one thing doesn't happen before the other, and it's very clear that's going to be the case, then presumably they wouldn't have too much concern about that.
I think, to be honest, they'd be delighted that we're not releasing the SIL into ELSIS, because all the pressure we've had from the GLA as the plan's been drafted is London, short of SIL land, don't release SIL land because we're strategically short.
London's also short of housing land,
I know.
and Elsis land, and I imagine lots of things.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It's you're all pulling in different directions, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I'm just wondering if there's any actual merit in me looking at any of my other points. I think. Well, first of all, to see what Mr. Byrne has to say about his points. Obviously. Your comments, reps were made on a policy which the council now suggested. I would say a lot of you. I was saying your statement. I said this the other day. I think some of your points, I think, were going beyond the premise of this policy, and we're getting back into issues of meridian water that we've already discussed. Densities and capacity figures and everything else. Whereas this E12, we've talked about that. E12 was the mechanism by which these things were swapped around. So obviously we're talking about that in the main, but say what you want to say. And but if we've had the opportunity to talk about how many houses should be delivered on parcel A, or how many, so then that was obviously, we had that in stage 2. So.
Understood, sir. Thank you. So my understanding is that parcel B is identified for 925 homes. It's not clear when they will be delivered. It says in the short term in the policy. That would imply within the plan period. So that wouldn't match the trajectory. There's 815 in the trajectory, 925 here. In terms of then, this is a placemaking policy. For historic context, when Meridian Water was first identified for 10,000 homes, the big step up from the original 5,000, that was predicated on 100% SIL release. That's what the spatial. There was 32 spatial scenarios tested to deliver 10,000 homes, required 100% SIL release, and even at that point, the comment was made by the then consultants, Karkusovic, that would be unusual on such a site of such scale. So the aim is, I recognise what the council is saying, the long-term aim is still to build on that SIL land. The problem for us is what that means then for parcel, I have to keep reminding myself of these, so parcel B, sorry, site B, as it's called on this one, in terms of its actual deliverability in terms of placemaking. And the council has previously taken the position more than once about not mixing strategic industrial land with residential land in this way. So this seems to be quite a significant change in the council's position, in its position specifically about this site in 2021.
Sorry, Mr. Byrne. I'm sorry to interrupt, but clearly we had a whole session on PL5, which was about the principle of what was being achieved on this site, Meridian Water, and how the numbers and how all these things could relate to each other, and the release of, and then we've had the discussion on SA 5.6, which is obviously where this comes to, where the point about delivery and whether it's suitable as a site, whether or not it's a suitable site for development was sort of able to be discussed. So we are potentially going back over old ground here.
I'm trying. Oh, sorry, sir. I'm trying not to do that. I'm just trying to kind of, give the context of our concern with this, because
I understand you've got concerns, but how does that relate? If you think about E12, as I understand E12, it was purely the mechanism, and this is, I think, probably why it's got confusing, actually, because you've got 3 policies effectively dealing with the same bit of land. PL5 is the strategy for the entire area. SA 5.6 is the allocation. which is saying how, in theory, between those, they say how many houses and how much employment land is going to be delivered on this site, and how it's going to be delivered in terms of what we want to see. So they're the policies which I guess is where we're going to be discussing, or should have discussed, and you had the opportunity to discuss. Are the numbers correct? Is the strategy correct for that site? Is it an appropriate form of development for that site? E12, somewhat confusingly, was purely, as I read it anyway, yes, they've got all these numbers reset out, probably unnecessary, because the whole thing was it comes down to achieve what we've set out in PL5 and the SA policies, we need to do some swapping around, and this is the way we're going to swap it all around. And it's purely a mechanism to do that. But the numbers are set in other policies, even though they're talked about here. So I think that the time to speak, to sort of tell me about, and obviously it would have been, the time to say, is parcel B suitable for housing and it can deliver housing, would have been when we talked about SA 5.6, because then, of course, not least the site promoter might have been there to say their case.
Okay. My understanding is that we talked generally. I mean, that's my misunderstanding, so I apologise that we talked generally about PL5 and it is confusing because of the way the parcels don't match, which is a point we did raise, that there is a difference between what is in SA 5.6 and what is here. And I thought this was moved to this session.
I think if you're saying there's a mismatch between the policies and it should be the same, that's clearly relevant to E12. If you're saying we don't believe SA 5.6 can deliver that level of housing, or it's not the right place for that level of housing, then that's what's said. I mean, it is confusing, but this policy is about a mechanism. It's not about setting the figures, as far as I read it, anyway.
Okay, so maybe our concerns are not irrelevant here, because maybe we should have brought them up earlier, because we just simply don't we know that the council has fought against this position previously, that they've said themselves just, the Site C is not going to be released and the GLA is happy about that, so still seems to be staying. There's now no kind of forward mechanism to see how these are going to become residential sites, other than the council saying that's our intention in the future. But clearly the GLA don't want to do that. They seem to be relieved by this new position. And I think Site C
I don't think we know what
is based on the comments of the...
What is it? Let's look at it simply. What is it you want? If you look at Meridian Water as a whole, we just cut through it all. Mm-hmm. So what is it that the plan says as a whole between those three policies? I mean, just so you're here. That what is it you're not happy with? Because you presumably want to see housing delivered on it.
Correct.
You presume no objection to employment delivered on it.
Correct.
You want to see good quality development that's suitable for all and meets, or presumably the policies between them say the right things, or they might say more. I know you've raised things about it may be criteria that you want to see strengthened, or say different things about quality and open space and so on and so forth. But ultimately, you want to see a good form of development. So what is it that it doesn't do that you want it to do?
We don't believe that there's evidence that Site B can be delivered as a quality place to live when it's squashed between two bits of strategic industrial land, which seem to be now remaining a strategic industrial land for the very foreseeable future.
So, okay, let's pause there. So the outcome of that then is that the housing that's promoted on Parcel B would not be delivered. So what does that mean then in terms of what you want to see out of? So is it that you think there should be more housing in other parcels? You think that actually there should be more housing elsewhere, that you can't that the delivery assumptions should be reduced, and that would mean whatever, because we talked about delivery assumptions the other day, didn't we? So if you remove, if in other circumstances I was to conclude that I think delivery on some of these sites is optimistic or wrong, or the capacity is wrong, it's for me then to determine what that means for the plan. So if you're saying, well, we don't think we can deliver I don't think you can deliver what you're saying you can deliver in Parcel B, so there's a consequence. So what is the consequence of that?
Correct. You outline our position very well. We want all those things you say. We want this to work. Our position is a positive one. We've been around this a long time. It started in 2008. We know the history of it well. And in terms of answering your questions, if this can't bring forward the quality of housing, which is exactly as happened in the last time this was tested, then the number will unfortunately have to be reduced. We don't want that, but that is one of the consequences. The other consequence is that the strategic
Sorry,
industry...
I'm because I want to test it, because I don't want you to
Yeah.
be in here and waste time and not have the opportunity to say what we want to say. If I misled or there was a misrepresentation of what we were talking about before, I don't want that to happen because, I've said before, there's no other opportunity to say it. So you may as well say it now, albeit it might have been preferable to say it in the past, and it may well be, after we'll see, no site promoter here to be able to challenge what you say. But so you want the numbers to be as high as possible, which means in theory it seems that isn't the policy then doing what you want, because it's maximising delivery. I suppose what I'm struggling is you sort of, on one hand you say you want as many houses as possible, and then saying, well, actually, you can't. So I don't know what do you want the council to do?
Absolutely, sir, just to be absolutely clear, we want as many houses as possible for Enfield. We don't want them built at any cost into a development which is going to be extremely unpleasant to live in. And we've kind of outlined that in our hearing statement, all the reasons why we think that current layout proposed for the parcels within the strategic industrial land doesn't actually meet that criteria. Now, that's not something we enjoy saying, and you're absolutely right to call us out on it, because we are saying we want more homes, and you've correctly interpreted that, and we're pushing for more. But the current layout in this strategic industrial land, in our view, presents a lot of questions of which no answers have been provided about placemaking and about the change in the council's previous position. In terms of other potential ways of looking at it, just thinking more broadly, I know, I'm not suggesting, this is just talking, when you asked about, what else we'd like to see. There are other layouts which are possible with this site, which could have delivered more housing in a different configuration. But this is what was put forward, so this is what we are responding to. But there is, for example, moving a SA 5.7 to around where Site B is and using that land for housing, or different configurations therein. Our main issue, though, so just to reiterate, is that particularly now since the changes, we don't think, all things considered, Site B, in the way it's portrayed within this policy, E12, can deliver quality homes based on what the council said previously, and in the absence of any evidence to show that it can be done.
Sometimes I find the difficulty with these assumptions about we don't think you can deliver that kind of development because of A, B, and C. Well, it's difficult to test, isn't it? Until such time as a planning application to come in, you can actually see it on the ground, because the policy has to say the right things. So presumably, if you look at the plan as a whole, there's no intention that development would lead to unacceptable or poor quality living environment. That's, the policies would not promote that, would they not be? That's not your starting point. Your starting point is that wouldn't be the case. So you've got to assume the policies say the right thing in that respect. And the council can respond, and they say this probably was more of a matter of principle when we were talking about SA 5.6, albeit I accept that SA 5.6 doesn't get into the levels of inexplicably doesn't talk about the parcels, which is unfortunate. And again, probably my mistake in hindsight. I probably ought to have dealt with all these two things together. And
so just in terms of just that broad number, 925, I mean, we didn't have the trajectory until recently.
Yeah.
So we can now see that there is a mismatch between.
Well, that's a fair, we can ask that. We can pick up with that. But I think some of these points are old points, if you like, in terms of and understood generally from the point of view. This is not new, as in understood that there's concerns about the relationship here between housing and employment land and so on, and generally, that's coming through. But when you say layout, I assume you just mean where you're not talking about internal layout of parcel B. Because SA 5.6 just sort of has some broad green lines around it, and then you're talking about the fact it dog legs in between the two sill points.
Correct.
I mean, I don't know.
The policy points towards increased traffic and the importance of the strategic industrial businesses there in priority, in our view, over the housing. And we think there is a sort of real risk of this being poor quality development. It sets it up for that because of the emphasis on the needs of, quite rightly, the employment needs of the strategic industrial businesses. But how that then feeds into what happens for the living conditions of what's being proposed in Site B, in our view, hasn't really been properly addressed, given that the council itself has fought against this.
I mean, obviously you've got a lot more. You've got the history. I'm not as interested in what the council said in 2008 or
2021
or 2021 even. Yeah. I'm interested in what's in the plan and the evidence for that. So the plan is as the plan is. Your point's been made. I'm still trying to work out what it is you want the numbers. I guess so. It comes down to I guess that it would be a redrafting of the internal layout.
So I think it's either a redrafting of the internal layout or just simply evidence that what they're suggesting is actually realistically possible. Because we've struggled to get answers about master
What
planning.
evidence would you? I mean, what evidence would you need for that? I mean, there's an element of planning judgment here, surely. I mean, we can't have. What do we need? Another study? Yet another study? I mean, and I'm just going to go back to stage one. How many times I was told about the evidence base for this plan being, overly disproportionate and everything else, and then
Correct.
all I hear is, well, we need some more, we need some more, we need some more. As elements of planning judgment have to take place at some point, presumably.
Absolutely, sir. And we I think we raised that there were documents, topic papers for Cruise Hill and Chase Park, but not for Meridian Water, which delivered more housing and in our view, a kind of more difficult scenario. So I don't want to create any more. I've read it all, but at the same point,
is there no other location in Enfield or London where there is housing in a similar relationship to Sill?
Not squeezed between, in our knowledge, and that's what we're welcoming. Please correct us. In our knowledge, we don't know of one that squeezes residential in this way between two 24-hour potentially strategic industrial land allocations. And we haven't seen any evidence of that, that this is that this is reasonable, possible, and fair, and will actually get through, has a realistic chance of a planning permission coming forward that will actually get approval, given the challenges that being positioned between two strategic industrial land designations presents in terms of living arrangements, in terms of traffic, in terms of the scale of that traffic, in terms of the noise, and so on and so forth, that's associated with large strategic industrial land sites, which is quite rightly protected because they need to work quite often at 24-7. The problem is with living next to that would have challenges. We were concerned about this with the previous, with the one as it is, but that's been heightened, I think, by the position now of taking out of Site C remaining for at least for the foreseeable future, strategic industrial land, which I think is mostly council owned as well. But I think that that is our concern, and you're absolutely right. So we want more housing. We're not saying, and that's why we're not saying this lightly. That's why it is our concern. It'd be easy for us to sit here and say, "Oh, we want more in there." We're not saying that. We're saying we want the council to show us that this is actually going to be possible.
Okay. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you for your tolerance with me on all of that.
Well, it's yeah. So,
the here obviously what Mr. Burns says about the difficulties associated with the relationship between CIL and residential, and that is Mr. Burns' essential point, I think. There's 2 points really to make, one of which I'm going to ask those beside me to deal with. And I'll ask that secondly. But the first point is whether, as a matter of principle, Better Homes accept that there is the ability to have CIL and residential co-located in appropriate circumstances. And I think the answer is that they do accept that, because in their comments on this matter, matter 13, under matter 13, paragraph 9, there's the reference to Brimsdown, and in positive terms, actually, there's a recognition, albeit that it was rejected, if you remember, the Brimsdown proposal for reasons that are site-specific and not capable of being translated into this area. But it's put forward by Better Homes as an example of there being that opportunity to bring forward those uses as a matter of principle together. So in reality, it would be fair to observe that Better Homes don't say that as a matter in principle it's not possible to deliver. So it really comes down to the question of design in the context of this, or rather these sites comprising PL5 ultimately. And as to whether that is something that's capable of being delivered is something that I'm going to ask those alongside me to provide some observations on. Because ultimately, sir, that's what you need to grapple with in terms of the objection that's being made. So, Dr. Jones starts, then Mr. Pestle, or the other way around. I don't much mind.
I'll just start. So I'd like to direct your attention, sir, to figure 6.2, which is on page 260,
London plan.
261 of the London Plan.
Page 261.
261, yeah. And so that illustrates...
Bear with me while I get... Sorry, Mr. Jones.
of the London Plan.
It's just after E7. 276 for the PDF.
Sorry, sir. So this shows an illustration how CIL could be consolidated. And if you look at the after intensification scenario at the bottom of the figure, it does show intensified B8, a multi-storey development, next to new residential. So we feel there's clear parallels here with the approach we're proposing for Meridian Hinterlands parcels A and B.
Yes, so I think Dr. Jones has outlined the principle in the London plan. I think on the ground, it's useful to note that as part of the Strategic Infrastructure Works compulsory purchase order, the issue of access in and out of the industrial parcels with the new spine road delivered was actually considered. Now, what that evidence base concluded was that most of the industrial occupiers have private access on and out of Harbert Road. So Hawley Yard, the northern parcel, parcel A, which is the big intensified parcel, has the Strategic Infrastructure Works flood relief channel running between it and parcel B, the homes. and it has its own access on and off Harbert Road and then onto the North Circular. So it isn't a case that the intensified parcel A has traffic or any interface with the sill release in parcel B. Now in parcel C, they have their own private access on and off Harbert Road, so there's no interface between the sill release and the residential and parcel C. The only remaining interface that we have is related to the bus garage and a small number of industrial units, parcel D, who don't have independent access. Now, that was considered as part of the strategic infrastructure works, and the strategic infrastructure works were designed to accommodate that. So it's already being considered. So the main concern about significant sill traffic running through parcel B isn't founded on what the access arrangements are and what they will be. And there is also scope, we believe, should it be needed, to secure a further independent access through the sill parcels to give parcel D an independent access out onto Harbert Road. That's not considered necessary at the moment, but should circumstances change, there is scope to do that. So many of these concerns were fleshed out in the strategic infrastructure works package.
Okay, thank you. Just one point of clarity would be useful is the point made about the inconsistency on trajectory, just so I can make sure that I can understand any potential issue.
So you're right, so the trajectory has 815 homes in the plan period. They are within period 11 to 17 because we need to see the industrial parcel delivered first. So they've been put in years 11 to 17. There are also further homes in the trajectory beyond the plan period. And at the moment, the trajectory still assumes, we noticed the other day, it still assumes beyond the plan period homes on D, which of course need to come out, but there will be a residual of parcel B still delivering post-plan period. So that, I understand, is the discrepancy between the 815 here and the 925, which is mentioned elsewhere.
So the trajectory is wrong, as I was given it.
No, the trajectory still assumes that parcel D is released and provides homes post the plan period. So there's no impact on the plan period numbers. But if you notice, if it's the same copy I've got, there's 815, 1117, and then 1,280 post-plan period. That 1,280, I understand, is a residual on parcel B and then assumed delivery post-plan period of homes on C. So that's why there appears to be an inconsistency. It's to do with post-plan period homes.
But I would need to, if that's reflecting assumption on parcel C, even though that might be your long-term aspiration, it probably at the moment shouldn't be in the trajectory, even in the post-plan period. So the overall figure on Meridian Water, going back to the point I made right at the start about what the implications of this, she said, well, it doesn't really have any implications for housing. It might not be in the plan period, but I think just looking at it overall, I know there's been a lot of talk about this, aspiration of 10,000, and none of this adds up to 10,000. But I think I've understood that again. It's a bit like the 50% affordable housing. This is an aspiration. It's not, and there might be other ways long term of trying this. It's not a policy. It's a
It's a corporate ambition, and here we're LBE is the plan making authority. So it's the interface between the corporate ambition to deliver more houses in the long term here and what we can balance in the short term given the current draft of the London plan.
Okay. Obviously, there were some corrections needed to the trajectory that we raised the other day, and anyway, there's likely well, I don't know if it's likely, potential for me to be asking for some of the changes to be made to the directory anyway. So it may be that, obviously that would need to be picked up in any final corrected thing before, again, helpful for me at some point to see that so I can understand the big picture. But the 116, so take it, the 116 a year, starting in 2034, 35 is then parcel B.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's adds, if that's all parcel B, that adds up to 812. So let me just double check that that's what you're expecting in parcel B. 925. So there's a difference.
I think they're the homes that would be delivered post-plan period.
So the post-plan period isn't just C, it's a bit of B as well.
Tiny bit of B.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, yes, I meant D, not C. Yeah, beg your pardon. And the mechanism, just going back to PL5, and this work's ongoing, isn't it? But you've already mentioned it. The mechanism is the master plan. Or there is a master plan for the whole placemaking area. So that's either in train or exists. And so one assumes that the master plan would also be where the interface between the different land uses would be considered.
That's correct, sir. So we have an existing supplementary planning document relating to Meridian West, which is the area west of the River Lee navigation. It's our intention to update that SPD so it relates to Meridian Water as a whole. So that would include this Harbour Road area and would deal with the interface between different land uses.
I think this is where, to a certain extent, the straitjacket, the constraint placed upon you by E7 in the London plan you must show these lines on a map now is not maybe is part of the issue, because then you are not able to, once you are delivering, identifying a scheme, you might say, well, actually, this scheme would be better if that was slightly over there and that was slightly over there. You're not able to do that. So you've had to, I guess, nail the colours to the mast a little bit on how that would work now.
Yes, exactly. And it's fair to say that the developers want clarity from the plan about what the expected end use is in order for them to finalise their master plans and their site promotion. Otherwise, there's an awful lot of wasted detail in those documents, and I think we've had many versions of master plans as we've gone along. So it is that balancing as to what evidence we need for the strategic land release as per London plan versus that detail, where that detail comes, who pays for it, etc. So we're content that for the strategic changes that we're making, the big changes to the proposals map and the big SIL releases, we've got evidence to support B and C, A and B for that. But yeah, you are right, we would be reliant upon further master plan work to flesh out some of that. But it's also fair to say this doesn't overrule other policies such as agents of change and other bits which are in the London plan. So there are safeguards built into the London plan and built into the Enfield policy to protect the amenity regardless of what the detail in an amended PL5 would say. Those principles remain at the top of the policy making or decision making pyramid.
Yeah, I mean, it may be a modification I may consider, or modification I might consider is what you would need to say in SA 5.6, to reflect, notwithstanding the fact that, I'm like on duplication and repetition, but it's where it's necessary to perhaps emphasise certain issues that need to be taken into account, so that there's no assumption that because of where these lines are drawn, that means that, unsatisfactory forms of development can be, or that the numbers trump the quality, at least in principle. Mr. Byrne, did you have something else you want to come back on?
No, sir. Well, I mean, just one very small point. It's just about the CPO. I mean, the CPO also contained, when this land was purchased, lots of placemaking images and strategies showing parcels D and C built out as housing. So I accept what Mr. Pest was saying about that. The Harbour Road was considered there, but what was also on the table was a clear intention for those areas to be housing within the foreseeable future, and that's now not what's on the table. So things have changed quite a lot.
Okay, thank you. Right. Is there anything else you want to come back on there? No, you could. Right, lots, as usual, for me to think about with that, and how it all fits together. So thank you for that. I think, are you staying, Mr. Byrne?
With your permission, sir.
No, well, yeah, fine. In which case, as long as you've said everything you want to say, and I don't want to feel like I've straitjacketed you, but equally, I've got to be fair to the people who came to all the sessions and so on. So if you've said everything you want to say, bearing in mind, as I say, when I bring the gavel down, there's not much chance for you to say anything else.
I mean, we make the point in our own, I think we've raised this already about the different illustrations which will need to be updated in SA 5.6 because they don't match the parcels.
Yeah, I think there's going to have to be some.
Yeah.
Whatever happens, there's going to be some changes to SA 5.6. I think that's a definite. So, but I think once I see, I'm going to think about what the action is for this, but once I see how the council then is now suggesting SA 5.6 would need to change, it's not to say, just, I think by now I've said it enough, this is all without prejudice, it's for me to understand what it all means. I may not accept, I may accept it, may not accept it, I may look at an alternative. But, SA 5.6 is probably going to need some changes anyway, and then I guess the council can look at your comments if it's about accuracy and stuff, and make sure that the policy, the plans are all consistent and accurate as a basic minimum. So thank you. So thank you for that. Right, so what we'll do then, I think, so Mr. Byrne can pack his stuff up and we're nearly at break anyway. We'll take a break now and come back at 2:15. That's Freudian slip, isn't it? Come back at 11:15 and we'll continue and we'll get back onto E2. I think so. Thank you. It's only us, but so it's 11:15 and we'll make a start. So we've done E1, we've done E12, so now I think we'll just run through the policies in chronological order. I don't know how long this takes. It may be that we have to have lunch, or when we get close to lunch, we'll see what the most appropriate course of action is. We may well need a break. It's not so much the complexity of these policies, just the volume of them. I think that's the issue. So E2, promoting jobs and inclusive business growth. I don't think I asked a question about this. If I had asked a question, it would have probably been, what does this policy do, and does it serve a purpose? As at face value, I think it's one of those strategic policies that doesn't really do anything, I would say. But unlike some others of a similar ilk, I don't think I've necessarily identified any, what I might call harmful repetition or duplication or anything like that, where there are sort of overt contradictions or inconsistencies, which I hope I'm right about. The only thing, there are a couple of minor points I didn't think are probably worth raising as written statements, but while we're here, I don't think I was entirely clear on how criterion 2, which refers to table 9.2, work together. So it says proposals which support, protect and enhance the role of function of boroughs' employment locations as defined on the policies map and maximise the provision of employment floor space through intensification of existing sites floor space will be supported in line with the framework set out in 9.2. But 9.2 just sort of describes different things. It's not a decision-making framework, because if I'm saying, will be supported in line with the framework, then I would have assumed that the framework would say how you look at things differently for different categories, but I think it literally just tells you what the categories are. So I don't know whether there's a view on that.
Yeah, certainly so. So the intention of criterion 2 is basically to provide that cross-reference across the table 9.2, which sets out a kind of hierarchy of employment locations. I agree that on reflection, the framing of criterion 2 is maybe a little bit more directional and implies that it's a kind of decision-making instrument, whereas in fact the intention is it just sets out that kind of hierarchy that's outlined in the table.
Probably wants to say something to the effect of, rather than will be supported in line with the framework in accordance with the hierarchy identified in table 9.2.
Possibly, yeah. I think, as you say, it might imply something that isn't actually expected, so fine. Again, it's a tidying up thing, I think. Okay. So tidying up action there. And then the other thing I noted that the policy doesn't refer to the allocations, which I suppose on face value I find a bit odd, but is that just because the allocations are all SIL or LSIS, so they're enshrined in the table 9.2 by the virtue of being LSIS or SIL anyway. There's no allocations which aren't anything, which are outside those. So, okay, fair enough. And then I guess, something that did occur to me, I suppose, while I was prepping for these sessions is whether between them, policies E1 and E2 and other parts of the chapter adequately address what this policy is seeking to do, particularly in terms of, I think, criteria C and D, I think it's 3A, 3, C and D, particularly intensification of employment activities. But as I said, I think, yes, it's one of those situations where I guess you could really go through it with a fine-tooth comb. It's duplicated, it potentially is covering other things, but is it actually doing any harm in this instance? Possibly not. So I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, I think. So a relatively minor, possibly even additional modification to criterion 2, but I think it's just a sort of, it doesn't do a great deal, but is it unsound? Possibly not. Any other comments on policy 2?
No, thank you very much.
So E3, and we're into the world of SIL with an S. I asked whether or not the designations as set out in the policy map was justified, and you've asked and answered, and you told me the background to that and where they've come from and carried forward generally. So, okay. And we've talked about Meridian Water, so we don't need to go into that again. I think I also asked a question in this policy, E6 and E5, I think, generally about, what is the actual difference? Is it clear what the difference is between SIL and LSIS and all these things, because they say very similar things, and you've pointed out those differences. We'll probably just come to those things when we get into, because it's breaking down to the use classes and things, and the sort of subtle differences in places between them and things, and it's all probably fair enough. So this is, as I say, set out as a strategic policy. Nothing to say about the first criterion. It's just, again, as a strategic policy. It says you will protect SIL as identified in the policies map. Fine. Okay, nothing on that. You've then got criterion 2, SIL is reconfigured across the remaining parts of the Meridian Water, Meridian hinterlands to broadly maintain the quantum of SIL through land swaps, etc., etc. I guess I didn't ask it, probably didn't ask a question of this, but, well, how many times do you want to tell people that's what you're doing? It's in E1, it's in E12. Whether or not E12 stays, it's going to be, perhaps if E12 doesn't stay, it's being PL5, it won't be, it's a lot, it doesn't, again, and as I've said before, once you've put it on the policies map as SIL, it's SIL. It's whether or not I did conclude that you've met policy E7 in doing that. You don't need to keep telling people you've done it. You've done it. So again, is it unsound? Yeah. Is it doing? Yeah. So I just raised that point. if it stayed in, would it be the end of the world? Probably not, as long as it's now reflecting reality. Yeah. So obviously the main substantive point of this policy, at least thus far, is in what uses you will consider suitable for SIL. The uses permitted by the policy are general and light industrial, storage and distribution, R&D and related sui generis uses, such as wholesale markets, waste management, utilities infrastructure. So some examples, take it as such as means it's not an exhaustive list, and you will use your judgment as to what is considered a related sui generis use as and when an application came in. I might query whether there's some guidance in the supporting text to what that means might be helpful, so that at least if you're using a planning judgment, you can determine what that means, what, or even what wouldn't be, might be instructive, but okay. Alongside the SUI uses, you've got, and it could be ancillary, office use, and land for transport infrastructure and servicing. So again, I'm taking offices. So a pure Class E / old-fashioned B1 would not, in and of itself, be considered acceptable in SIL. And when it talks about ancillary offices, I'm assuming it's the same as if you've got a warehouse and it's got an office element of it, that's fine. But any separate planning unit, offices aren't allowed. So, okay. And similarly, land for transport and infrastructure servicing there's the parking, the servicing and the circulation space within the site and so on. So, again, arguable whether you need to say that because it's just as it is, but fine. I suppose it's giving some clarity about almost saying what's not acceptable, I suppose, in a way, by referring to ancillary. And then you have these other uses, small-scale food and drink and leisure uses, which meet day-to-day needs for workers and don't adversely affect industrial status. Other uses will not be supported. So quite clear. I asked about, whether this is in line with the London Plan and so on, because obviously the London Plan is very strict about SIL and seemingly, and you're trying to adhere to that. And they're very important. You referred me to policies, London Plan policies E4A and E5C. E4A lists a fairly wide range of uses that a plan needs to make provision for, but doesn't, as far as I can tell, just make sure I'm not speaking out of turn, doesn't, as far as I can tell, stipulate what categories of site these should be distributed in. So it doesn't say these are SIL, these are LSIS. It's just the plan should deal with that. Or a plan should deal with that. So quite a long list. And then E5C does state that development in SIL should be restricted to those uses set out in E4A. So it is that usual, got to go through another policy to take you back to that policy to see. So ultimately, yes, fair enough. It would imply that the list of uses in E4A are suitable within SIL, and there's an element of consistency there. But unless I'm wrong, unless you can point me to where in those two policies in London Plan it does talk about, so I would say complementary uses, shall we say, like the food and drink. They don't refer to things like small scale food and drink and leisure. So where are those uses sort of justified in terms of consistency with the London Plan?
So just in terms of a bit of background to this requirement, so we did quite a lot of engagement with businesses as kind of prior to Reg 19, and one of the key issues for the borough's industrial estates was there's not very much provision made for things like food and drink uses, leisure uses that one might need as part of a working day, and that includes kind of creche uses and things like that. So the intention was to support the kind of primary function of SILs, by making them attractive places to work, attractive places to invest, places that people are happy to spend time in during the working day, and just make provision for those kind of very small-scale uses that complement the primary business function of the SIL. So I guess that's the background to including that provision in policy.
There's a case of provided the policy doesn't undermine, detract from, or reduce the floor space associated, which is in the E4A list of uses, shall we say, or the uses that are listed in criterion 3. That the London plan wouldn't prohibit other uses coming forward. The way I've read E3 is that if you wanted to, deliver a small shop or leisure use as a new build on a piece of vacant land, and you wanted to deliver that as a new build, that's perfectly fine. But because I think of criterion 4, I think it's criterion 4 maybe, or another criteria we'll get onto, it doesn't allow you to reduce the amount of floor space in the use. So actually, if you wanted to change the use of a building to small scale leisure or retail, you wouldn't be able to do that. You can, so basically anything under criterion 3, that a part of criterion 3, it has to be new build.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And I think I'm right in saying that, again, E4, London Plan E4A doesn't list offices. So fine, you're saying, and it doesn't even refer to ancillary offices, but I think I understand the distinction. As I say, if it's truly ancillary, you probably don't need to mention it because it wouldn't be a separate use or permission, but okay. The main reason I asked about that is, and I might have finished there, I spent many years seemingly debating the difference between ancillary, which has a proper planning meaning, and complementary. And lots of people getting that the wrong way around, thinking, complementary, calling the food and drink ancillary uses. No, they're complementary. So it's got, so you're using it correctly, I think. The other point I raised, I think, is about the CL1 policies. Your policy CL1 refers to creative industry uses being permitted in SIL and at LSIS. And I think I raised the point that, well, that's not referred to in E3 and probably also E6, but I'll come on to that. And you've pointed me to your statement refers to CL1 only capturing those creative activities that fall within industrial classes set out in policy E3. So they are creative industries which would otherwise fall within B2, B8, a related sui generis use. They're not. Is there just so I could clear? Is there actually an example of that? Because what you say film studio? I think somewhere along the line, I presume it's in CL1. Film studios are referred to. So is a film studio? What is a film studio use class-wise, as far as you're concerned? For example, is it SUI?
We've got a film studio permission up at not Meridian Water, up at Innova, and it is always unclear as to whether it's B2 or B8. The unit up there was originally consented as B8, and they asked for an amendment to also allow B2 because it also had some industrial processes inside the building, set building, for example. So it is one of these that spans both use classes. But I think you're right, the main objective is that the creative industries are a sector as opposed to a use class. And the SIL policies facilitate the use class, as in the industrial buildings, B1, B2, B8. And it happens that some of the creative sectors, as defined by their SIC codes, occupy this type of space. So the policy is just making the SIL available for film studios, workshops, things like blocks that we talked about at Meridian Water, which are industrial buildings, but they are also creative. And I think, to be fair, the London Plan has many, many references to supporting the creative industries and creative sectors. So it's just to lend that weight of support to say we recognise you're here, we recognise some of you like our industrial sites, you're an acceptable use on our sill.
Okay, yeah, yes, you're right. London Plan does say it, and it does refer to, it does refer to creative industries in the supporting text to E4, policy E4, I think, but it doesn't list it now. Fair enough. Maybe when we get to CL1, or maybe in supporting text here to provide a link to CL1, that can just be, I guess it's just being made clear that you're not, where creative industries, if there are creative industries which fall outside the scope of, yeah, just in this row in this room, B1, B2, B8, so I don't have to list all the classes. If there's something that falls outside that scope, then it's not an assumption that it would be okay. So just clarity, I think, there. So, okay, fair enough. So perhaps maybe an action for this, maybe an action for CL1, maybe an action for both. But certainly that's for supporting text. So, moving on then to criterion 4, it says proposals which result in a net loss of light industrial storage and distribution, research and development and related sui generis floor space will be refused. Is it just about floor space, or is it also about function? And I think I say that as per part of C3, because if you read, I think, sorry, criterion 3 rather, not policy C3, beg your pardon. And there may be other, or is it? There's definitely policies, we'll come to it, I'm sure, which don't just talk about floor space, they talk about function. And I think that, or is it? I'm just trying to think whether we already talked about that this morning.
We talked about it 2 days ago.
Yeah.
About function and floor space, and so I'm now struggling to remember in what
Yeah,
context
it's
that
only
was.
in my mind that, yes,
But,
it's in relation somewhere along the line. We've talked about policy which said it shouldn't undermine.
I think it was the housing policies.
Yeah, and actually, I suppose there is an element of in criterion 3 where it talks about do not adversely affect the industrial status or operation of the area will be supported. So that's where it's food and drink. So in that context, you're talking about not just floor space, and you're talking about the function of it. So I did wonder, this is a question, not a, I think this is what you should do, I want to understand, is it purely a mathematical thing? Somebody comes along and says, we want to do this, it removes floor space. No, which might well be fine. But also, is there another aspect of this, that if somebody comes along and does something which, even if it's not reducing floor space, could still ultimately affect the function? Maybe not think of an example off the top of my head, but that could equally be something you'd want to resist. And in terms of, and it may well, let me just check what E7 is saying, London Plan E7, because it might well have come from E7, talks about that. I know E7 is more about strategic, but I'm sure there's some reference somewhere to it's not just about floor space, it's about other things.
Instead of the London plan.
Yes, sorry, E7 London Plan. I'm sure it's some.
It may be. No, sorry.
Yeah, so in D1, yeah. So it's talking. That's not just talking about. It's not a very stark thing about floor space. It's about. The function, the activities are not compromised in terms of their continued. So, yeah, it may well be more than floor space. I'm saying, or it may be looking at the other way is that can you lose some floor space, but still protect the function of the cell? Is it literally as basic as numbers? And that's all GLA are bothered about, numbers, rather than, because the other way I could look at this, sorry to go, somebody comes along and says, there's this unit here, it's 50,000 square metres, and it's absolutely not fit for purpose. It's vacant, it's not fit for purpose, it's absolutely useless, nobody wants to go in it. We want to knock that down and build something of 40,000 square metres, which is absolutely modern, fit for purpose. People falling over themselves to move into it will employ 100 people where there's nothing. And you'd be saying, oh no, because it's 10,000 square metres less. And to me, that sounds a little bit counterproductive. But if that's what is the expectation, then okay. It seems an odd way to run something. Okay.
I think there's two issues which are interrelated, and you are right in one sense that there is a numbers sum to add up. The London plan is designed to secure intensification and net additional floor space out of sill through intensification. So as a general principle, if you had an industrial building and it was 50,000 square metres and it has obviously functioned for many years because these are well-established sills, the vacancy rate in the borough is 2% or something like that. So there is demand for 50,000 square metres, and your building might be life expired, but we would like the 50,000 back, and preferably more, because your building might have been a 35% plot ratio and the London plan wants 65. So there is a numbers bit. There is also quite an important function element, because what we see in decision taking is that when people try to challenge SIL or LSIS designations, they quite often try to re-provide the employment floor space, but in a very different format. So they will take our logistics warehouse, for example, with nice loading docks and bays, however it's designed, and they will try to replace it through a tower block with goods lifts. That is a different type of activity. It's not like for like. So we see this all the time. So there's an element of putting a bit in the policy which says we want the floor space, but it's the function of the sill when you read the London plan about it being its logistics hub, etc., etc. That dictates a certain function. So it's protecting the two.
Is that element in it because of E5 then, is that where that sort of thing comes in? Because E5, I queried, maybe when I wrote the MIQs, I was thinking why E5 sits uncomfortably, because it's referring to SIL and LSIS, and maybe when I was looking at it again, I think, well, maybe you've sought not to duplicate criteria, so you've had it here, but so E5 is about transfer. So is this where you would be addressing that issue about replacement, preserving the function as well as the floor space? Is that in there somewhere?
Essentially, I think E5 was suggesting can be merged back into its SIL and LSIS policy, but it's just that it's the qualitative marker, but it isn't just simply about floor space all the time.
And I think that's probably then where my mind, we'll get onto this, and sorry, we'll get back to this when we get onto E5 probably and things, but it would seem, if you just read E3 as it stands, the potential to qualitatively improve the function or maintain the function of SIL is sort of undermined by this rigid, if you're reducing the floor space, the computer says no, and whether that is justified in terms of common sense, but also paragraph 86D of the framework, which talks about being flexible and changes in circumstances. So, so I'm guessing, I'm not saying what you're doing. I think you want to protect SIL. Absolutely, that's what the London Plan says. But is it become a rod for your own back if you protect it? If you read E3 and E5 together, maybe it works. If you read E3 on its own, no reduction in floor space, that to me seems a very blunt instrument. And maybe there's more scope for looking at the bigger picture and looking at, obviously trying to resist losses in floor space if it's undermining the function, but obviously looking at qualitative issues, looking at role and function, looking at all those things. Now that might be an E5, we'll get onto that. And then if it's in E5, maybe it's a case of looking at these policies together and seeing how they might, because what you don't want to do, and when an application comes in, everyone's aware of all the policies. But you don't want this situation where you've read down there, oh no, and another policy is dragged in. I assume this is more thinking about, we don't want to lose the floor space for housing. So that's like a complete loss. But I'm thinking, well, actually, could it just as equally get an application to replace a building for the same use with a different floor space? But that would still apply, wouldn't it? It's still kicking it out.
I think the issue would then be that you would make it impossible to comply with the London Plan's intensification agenda, which is predicated on net additional floor space coming out of these sites. So I appreciate the flexibility point. The issue regarding flexibility, given that we have no vacant space, problems finding new industrial land, strong demand, and a lot of displaced demand coming out of other boroughs, the flexibility is on the upwards industrial side that we struggle with. So the flexibility is built into protecting the sills and ensuring that they remain effective today, but they remain comprehensive sill parcels that aren't fragmented. And that's the best way over the long term of delivering the London Plan's intensification agenda in this plan and looking forwards. It's a very common element of emerging borough plans, because just to give you some London-wide context, which I think we mentioned back at the opening of the EIP, the London plan was predicated on London releasing 50 hectares of industrial land between 2015 and 2020. When the GLA updated their numbers, they found that rather than 50 hectares, there'd been 350 hectares released within 5 years. So it partly explains why the GLA are so hot about sill, floor space, etc., because the London plan wasn't being applied in a way that was managing the releases. So this plan and many other emerging, which come with their own evidence base and they update from the GLA's 2016, are all finding 2% vacancy, etc. So yeah, the borough plans tend to be a lot tighter. But it is the case, the sites are all assessed. They go through various ELR processes and they've gone through the council's intensification evidence. So we protect, whilst a lot of our sill is old sill, the council's confident it remains operationally efficient.
Okay, I mean, I know you've given me a list of lots of policies from other councils that have adopted similar approaches. I didn't examine those. But yeah, fair enough. Yeah, okay, understood. I suppose it's just, we'll look at, maybe see what E5 says, and whether E5 stays as it is or gets moved around, but let's look at what E5 says about principle. I mean, I'm not suggesting that you should have a policy which allows the arbitrary reduction in floor space without looking at other features. My feeling is that floor space is in and of itself not the only indicator of what makes a successful functioning employment site. Now, except there are other policies that have been adopted which say very similar things. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It may well be effective in achieving no loss of floor space. Is it effective in achieving high quality employment, a reasonable and realistic, flexible approach to the changing situation on the ground, and so on and so forth, and allowing the council to use planning, an element of judgment? I'm not so sure, but okay, I'll take the point. And then criterion 5 is about the, well, I think it's actually saying it's the agent, it's the agent change principle, really, without calling it that, but I think, okay, it's understood. Similar, I suppose it comes back to what we were saying, the discussion about parcel B on Meridian Water. There's a policy there which at least, well, it's the other way around. It shouldn't, the housing shouldn't compromise the ongoing activities on site. So that would be borne in mind, no doubt, when, because logically, to ensure that happens, they shouldn't be putting housing where there's a likelihood of being an unacceptable living conditions. So it does sort of flow from each other, really. But okay, no issue on that. And then criterion 6. So proposals within designated SIL are supported where they meet the above criteria. Where sites are redeveloped, scope for intensified industrial floor space should be prioritised over other forms of development. I think my question was sort of along the lines of, what does that mean? So my question was, for example, does giving priority for intensified floor space mean that forms of development that meet the other criteria, which do not require intensification, would be resisted? Because that's the point, you know, there's no, you're prioritising intensification. Okay, we understand that. You're encouraged. I think encouraged is probably a more decision making. This is actually, you can't prioritise it. You can't say we're going, because presumably, if an application, my point I think was this: if an application comes in, going back to my theoretical 50,000 square metres of floor space, and it's a defunct building or whatever, and they come back and say, actually, we want to deliver 50,000 square metres of floor space in a nice new shiny building, you're not going to be, this policy does not necessarily allow you to say no to that. That was my assumption. My assumption is you wouldn't say no, even though you might want them to do 60, you might want to do 70, you might want to do 80. The policy doesn't allow you, and the London Plan doesn't allow you to say no. In principle, that's fine. So I think my concern was any potential for that to be read as somehow we are going to seek to resist or refuse, deprioritise, whatever the word be, anything that comes forward and maintains the status quo, because maintaining the status quo presumably is acceptable.
Yes, various representatives have asked for that to be written into policy, but I think our view, whether the wording is prioritised, encouraged, however, it reflects the fact that when your 50,000 square metre promoter comes to the borough, they often have multiple options, layouts, ways of delivering their floor space, and we just need them to. We need to encourage them, as you rightly say, to actively consider. And this flows from London Plan, being the policies being positive and trying to encourage this. We want to avoid the scenario where they come into the borough with a simple 40,000 square metre scheme, cross their arms and say, that's job done, thank you very much. We accept that it's a case-by-case basis, there's all sorts of constraints on different sites, but it's just to lever that encouragement that in your pre-outs, in your decision-making, that we want to see you strive to meet the London Plan's intensification agenda. And it isn't the case that there's not a lot of background evidence as to what that is and the formats that have been tested and developed to do that. So you are right, it's encouraged really rather than...
I think it's the way it says, where sites are redeveloped, scope for intensified industrial floor space should be prioritised over other forms of development. And it's like, it's just... I don't know what... It sounds right. I understand it sounds right. It sounds exactly what you should be. Actually, how does that work? I always put myself back. How am I dealing with a planning application? Am I dealing with an appeal? And I'm thinking, well, does that mean then if I'm prioritising this over other forms of development? Well, there are no other forms of development before me. That's the when you're looking at it, you're only looking at that form. You're making a decision on what's before you. You're not saying there's some other scenario that I prefer, and we'll prioritise. You know, unless and guess you've got two applications for the same thing at the same site at the same time, you go, actually, we prefer A over B. That's not going to how it works in practice. Is what's before you acceptable or not? And so I think if you're saying to a developer, look, you know, we're going to be giving additional weight, effectively, to intensification, and that will weigh in favour of presumably a situation where there may be some other implications. That's okay. That's your policy. But this idea is like, you're doing some kind of weighing up between different schemes. I think that's what. Maybe I'm probably except I'm overthinking this, but of course it's when it comes into appeal, when it becomes important, because we will look at these wording like a judge and say, well, that's what it says is what it says.
I think just to add something slightly different is if you came in with 30,000 square metres on a site that previously had 50,000, the question in the officer's mind was, well, is this actually an effective and efficient use of land, given that the London plan?
Yeah, but that would be okay, because without, subject to no change, what I'm talking about, criterion 4 would rule it out.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So if it's not subject, putting aside all my comments about flexibility and everything else, and whether it's form and function, as it stands, an application that comes in for 50,000 on my theoretical 50,000, it's fine. There's no way you can. There's nothing to say we are refusing this because you're not delivering 60,000. We'd love you to deliver 60,000. We want you to deliver 60,000. But on what basis would you be refusing it? And because the policy doesn't say that anyway, it doesn't say we will refuse things that aren't intensifying, that the prioritisation doesn't sort of make any sense there, doesn't mean anything. So it is really saying, okay, we encourage it, we're giving more weight to it. It's not about prioritising it over other forms of development. That's, to me, difficult phrasing. The council will encourage the intensification of floor space in line with the London Plan Policy 7 or, whatever.
I think by reference to format, it's talking about the intensified typologies are a sort of a different format to a traditional single level ground floor industrial unit. So it's just, it's trying to encourage the consideration of those intensified formats, the typologies that the GLA have developed. It is a case of encouraging and wanting to make sure that the land is being used as efficiently as it can. And if it's underused at the moment, if it's an underused site, then...
That might be fine, but that's not what that says. So actually, if your policy is we want to encourage the requirement, if you like, is to ensure the land is used to its maximum level of efficiency, which may in turn mean it's intensified, that's different to priority will be given. So again, if it's being clear what you want. So it might well be that it's absolutely justified to say, in terms of is this policy effective in delivering intensification, I would, if you look at it that basis, it isn't, is it? Because it doesn't actually tell anyone they've got to intensify, or we want to, and in fact encourages a fairly limited thing. If so, actually, is the phrase, is it? I'm not saying this is what it will be, without prejudice, etc. But is it actually what you're saying is, we will expect, the efficient, or maximise the efficiency of land, or some phrase to that. So actually it does demonstrate if you come in and say 35% plot ratio when actually you could deliver a 65% plot ratio, then you'll be looking at that. So you could in that circumstance say if it's replacing like with like in floor space terms, that's not good enough because you could actually deliver more. But that's not, that policy doesn't say that either, to be honest, at the moment. It may well be an E5. I don't know when you get to that. But then, if it is an E5, then it's E5 and E3 contradict each other, which becomes.
It's an E5. You think it's an E5?
So can you see they're in, but actually then they're not speaking the same language. Right. Okay. Sorry, laboured that one. Probably long enough. Okay. Right, we'll leave E3 for there. We may well obviously come back to it when we look at E5. E4, supporting officers. So, what am I say about this? So yes, query, obviously basic first query was, is your approach to office location consistent with the framework? And why the policy doesn't refer to the specific allocations for office, which I think is only one. And that's been challenged, and I've got to think about that. But notwithstanding that, why it doesn't refer to it. And it says our town centres are the only locations where office development would be considered suitable. We think this proposal for an office space will be supported in town centre locations, including Meridian Water. And you've said you're only promoting town centres, and all of the office within Meridian Water would be in the proposed town centre. Okay. And it's split up, isn't it, between plots? Yeah. And it is IKEA, I think, who specifically objected to that, and the principal.
I think, sir, we said in response to E1, I think one of your questions had pointed out that the table in E1 at the moment, which was 9.1, referred to employment uses when it was only industrial. And I think what we suggested is whether alongside the industrial table, we also put the office allocation table for completeness alongside. Admittedly, it only has 4 parcels in it, but so that would, it either goes in, that list either goes in E1, which seemed a sensible place, rather than E4. But there is a, we know that a little table needs to go in setting out those allocations.
Yeah, okay. So subject to whatever subject to whatever I come to the view on that side. But yeah, fine. And I think so. And fair enough. I could read the including Meridian Water is including the town centre in Meridian Water, not just Meridian Water in its widest sense. And I think you've pointed out to me, and I've said, well, you know, is it only town centres? And you've said, well, yeah. First of all, I think we just need to be clear what we mean by town centre, because C1, I don't think it's not defined anywhere what a town centre is in terms of the policy. I think you were saying that the town centre encompasses all of the shopping centre hierarchy that's set out in whichever policy sets out the shopping centre hierarchy. And so in that case, is it the case that offices are acceptable in all tiers of the hierarchy? Or only district centres?
I would think about sequential approach town centres, etc. If we did receive an application within another town centre, it would be a sequentially acceptable location for it in general. The likelihood of that is quite... The likelihood of that is not huge at the moment, but yeah, I don't think we would want a policy that said we would only support offices in 1 or 2 specific locations. That to me would struggle with the wider NPPF and accessible uses in town centres.
Okay, just want to look at, yeah, it's table 10.1 on page 289. So, yeah, it does say hierarchy of town centres, that is the thing, and you've got major centre, district centre, large local centre, small local centre, local shopping parades. So, as I say, if E4, when it talks about will be supported town centre locations, means all of those, including local shopping parades, for example, then I think, again, just for clarity, something in the RJ supporting text to say, by town centre we mean table 10.1, fine, okay, that's okay. I said, and then you said, I think in your statement, that if something came forward outside a centre, then it would be fine. It would be referred to as it's a main town centre use, so it would be assessed through the National Policy on Sequential Test. So fine, you don't need a policy on that. Okay. I suppose I was intrigued as to why you've selected this is the one one of the few policies you've decided national policy is sufficient, and you've not needed a policy of your own for it. It may well be. I'd need to look at TC1 again. That maybe we'll come back. TC1 actually refers to officers. Then it's covered, which is chapter 10. Sorry. Does it say main town centre uses or does it say retail?
It says main town centre uses.
So it's covered there then. So again, it may be, I'd just say it's the cross-reference, isn't it? So it's really applications which fall outside. Because again, right, so you're pointing me to national policy. National policy says you can't have officers outside the centre, so you've got to follow a process. So I would say that your office policy, or at least supporting text, should make it clear how applications that fall outside centres will be considered, and point that to if TC1's covering all maintained centre uses, then point to that. So. So probably a little action there. And then just wanted to say, comes back to my main point, I suppose, about where office might or might not be accepted, and I've referred myself to paragraph 9.43, which is in relation to E6. But if you look at have you got paragraph 9.43? It says, while LSIS primarily support industrial type uses, this policy allows a broader range of uses, including non-ancillary office. So if non-ancillary office, no, logically, if non-ancillary office is acceptable in LSIS, then that's not a town centre. So I go back to E4. So what's I suppose the question is, what's right? Is it town centre uses and nowhere else, or is it town centre uses plus LSIS? Or is the reference in 9.43 wrong, and it's not actually allowing non-ancillary offices in LSIS?
I think the difference is that E4 is indicating support, as opposed to the reference, as you said, in E6, forgive me.
So it's not. Sorry, it's not. It is classed as strategic policy, although it's very DME. So the council will support offices in main town centres, but then allows offices.
I think that's right. It does
somewhere else.
It refers at 9.43 to support, but that's about LSIS is primarily supporting, which is about what they actually contain rather than supporting that sense. I think that seems to be the distinction. That seems to be yes.
Right. I suppose my tiny little brain thinks, well, you've got a policy about officers that says, where do we want officers? Then it ought to say where you want officers, not have to guess. But if one policy says, well, we want officers in town centres, and another policy says, well, we're actually quite happy to have officers in LSIS as well. It would all be set out in the same place. I can understand if it's a case of we really, really want to see officers in town centres and we're supporting that, and we'll begrudgingly allow officers in LSIS, is perhaps a different issue. But if you begrudgingly allow it, but I suppose it'll come back to when we get to LSIS. Well, why if that's not in the list of E4A uses anyway, why are you allowing officers in LSIS anyway? If it's not actually policy compliant, so it's all sort of. And I'm sorry, just to labour that point a bit more, it's not really fair on an applicant, is it, who wants to know where they can put an office development if one policy says town centre and another policy says something else. So.
I think the intention of the policy was to be in line with the sequential approach and direct office development to town centres in the first instance. But then I think that supporting text in E6 was intended to maybe capture, and I'm struggling to think of any practical examples of this, if, for example, an LSIS boundary contained a bit of a local parade or a local centre, then, office development could form part of a development in that location. But, I get that it's not... it can be very confusing to applicants dealing with various overlapping considerations.
There's probably no need.
We'll come on to it. Well, I guess the question for you to ponder before we get into E6 is then, there's two things on E6. One is, if you're accepting officers, then it should be in the list, and it's not. And if you're not accepting an office, it shouldn't be referred to at all. So, because, yeah. So there's two problems with that LJ. So, but we'll get there. We'll get there. But anyway, okay. Maybe an action, but as it stands, your policy is still town centre first, and then via cross-reference to TC1, probably somewhere that anything else is sequential test. Okay. Okay. Right. So that's that. And then I think just a little bit in terms of criterion 2, proposals which result in the net loss of office floor space in designated centres. It's just a terminology thing. You know, I think just stick to the same terminology if you can. Will be resisted unless there's no current market, current and future market demand. Sorry, I have to pause while I make notes of actions, otherwise I'll forget, even though these are fairly minor issues. And I think I asked about the marketing period, just wanting to understand where the 24 months had come from. And I think you've said it's a judgment, and you've pointed me in the direction of some other policies which have a similar thing. I think, again, as I said yesterday about the 12-month, I wasn't necessarily saying it was wrong, or I just understand what one's 12, one's 24, and if it's a judgment based on what you think is okay, that's your evidence. I just wondered if you've got a policy on this at the moment and whether it's the same. Have you been operating this policy for a while in this respect? The time it's taking to find, I'm going to say no. I'm going to assume no. So that question is no. I mean, again, it's just a understanding context.
So it's currently in DMD 25. Let me just check. Is that the right one? Marketing is mentioned in here.
Appendix 13 to a local plan.
Yeah, I've just done a word search on the DMD policies, and paragraph 4.6.3 is all about market demand and viability assessments, and further information is set out in Appendix 13 about the requirements for that marketing. I'm just checking what the period was.
I'm starting to wish I'd not asked this question, I'm sorry.
Right. I think everybody's been focused on the new plan.
It's fair enough, yeah.
So for Alfred and Cell, it's 24. But for office.
I'm still getting over you've got 13 appendices in a local plan, that's scary.
Right. I think I refer you to the Whacking Great London Plan.
Well, it's not lost on me that between these two plans there are 1,100 and nearly 1,200 pages of policy relating to one borough. And I would constantly think about the words in the framework about, I think it's either succinct or concise.
So am I right? We had 24 for industrial and 12
relative, so.
So
Oh yeah, you've not
If
seen my
we-
decision
yeah.
letter yet.
if we've got this right, we do have market demand and viability assessments already, including marketing of 24 months for industrial. It was 12 months for office, but of course we now have PDR stripped a lot of our office away, and our remaining office is quite well occupied. So in line with other boroughs, the marketing periods have been getting longer.
Yeah, I mean, mate, I think the substantive point for me is that 24 months is a long time. 2 years is a long time for a building. I mean, I suppose not necessarily vacant, because you market it while it's got, presumably you market it while it's got a tenant. Is that because it just says, yeah. So active marketing, but so it might not be vacant, but still quite a long time to see something sit potentially without a beneficial use. So yeah, but, okay.
I think the thing is, knowing that most of our space is occupied at the moment, you would query why legitimately you couldn't re-let it or redevelop it for a new office use, knowing that we have a demand and we have a reasonably occupied stock at the moment. So the presumption would be, why haven't you managed to market it? We'd be a bit surprised.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I did have a little, again, I think I had a sort of query in my mind about why you're only protecting, it might be the last question, why you're only protecting office space in designated centres, but then of course you rabble back to, well, that's where the office space is, isn't it? So it's not, because I suppose might, again, thinking about perhaps non-London areas, there might be, you know, you've got office parks, and if these things don't necessarily exist outside in Enfield, then that's fine. But I mean, you know, most of the country, there's not that sort of, you wouldn't have industrial estates the size of these where there's no offices on them. They are, you know, or I guess you're thinking, well, if there is office, we're quite happy to see that go for something else if it's industrial.
I think where London differs slightly is that when PDR came in, we literally had queues of people waiting to get their PDR into the council, and the loss was quite extreme in London. So this is all responding to that. So we don't have a lot of random office, because whatever random office we had very quickly went PDR, and it's left our core in our town centres. And so if you look at, if on your tours you've gone up to Innova Park, which was originally a science park when it was designated, it is now housing, schools, all sorts of other uses. And that was realistically our only main out-of-town office, and it no longer really functions as that. So it is a quite specific London thing.
Thank you. It is helpful. Very, very minor pedantic point, unlike me, I know, but the says results in net loss of office floor space will resist unless there is no current or future market demand for the site. I think elsewhere when I say premises, site or premises, I'm pretty sure it says that in either another policy in this plan or in the London plan.
What we should be doing, and if it's not clear, is floor space and site, because we would expect at least the site to be offered as a development opportunity or a redevelopment opportunity. So it's common to require marketing of floor space and the site. Otherwise, if you've got a life expired office building, then of course it may not be marketed in its current format. It might not be attractive in its current format, but we need provision for saying it is life expired. Can it be refurbished? Can it be redeveloped? And that's what the intention of the policy talking about site
That's fair enough.
is on about.
That seems logical. I think it might be the other way around. There might be another policy later on. This is where it'll come to me, where it talks about perhaps the other way round. It's about premises or site. But anyway, I take the point. Maybe it isn't just assuming that the premise itself might be defunct, but the land it's sitting on might well be extremely valuable for office space. So, fair enough. And that is picked up, really, isn't it? So, okay. There's again this same point really that I've just been talking about on SIL. It's very much about net loss of floor space and not, you know, so it's a very quantitative thing. Whereas again, the way my mind goes, it might be, you know, that the actual, yes, the floor space that's there might not be particularly suitable for modern office needs. Somebody wants to come in and redevelop it. Might be a slight reduction, but actually the qualitative benefits are such that it would be worth doing. And again, is this how you unnecessarily restricting yourself while trying to toe wire of or sitting on those and not allowing anything to happen that could undermine it, but actually saying, okay, it's a little bit quantitatively less, but it's so much better than what's there that it's going to provide a lot of qualitative benefits. So those. Is that an unfair, or it doesn't matter? I just see it as a it's a very much say blunt instrument. Computer says it's less than no, without using some kind of, you know, we're here to judge, we're planning judgment, aren't we? So it's like we're not in a rules-based system yet, so, or maybe ever. So looking at it in the round. Is it just about floor space, or is it about what you're achieving at the end of it?
I think the question is probably slightly easier for offices because the format of offices is fairly standardised. So if you had an office block of 5,000 square metres that was granted permission X many years ago, then there would be an assumption that you could get 5,000 square metres back. Now, with the industrial, I can understand that there are some limited exceptions where there are uses like concrete batching, which aren't dependent upon floor space so much. I think things like that would have to be treated on a case-by-case basis. But for offices with a much more standardised product, you don't get the range of different employment densities and the range of different formats of office space. So the presumption that you've operated for 5,000 square metres out of this unit for many years, presumably without complaint, the starting assumption would be, why can't you get the 5,000 back?
Okay, thank you. Right, thank you. Just one thing, sorry, just remove my note to make sure I'm not going to say anything I've already asked. Yeah, so the last sentence of the criterion, I don't think I asked this, it sort of occurred to me while I've been prepping for this. I'll come on to my point about paragraph 9.35, but 9.3, the last sentence is, applicants should seek to maximise the re-provision of office space as part of any redevelopment scheme. Okay, this speaks back to the issue of wanting to protect what you've got. Okay, understood. And you know, again, it's a win-win, isn't it? If you can deliver the same amount of office floor space while still getting something else, all good. And then the last sentence of paragraph 9.36, which obviously is the supporting that, says that applicants should demonstrate that they have maximised the opportunity to provide replacement office floor space on site, including through the provision of small units suitable for small and medium enterprises. It's a subtle, but I think there's a difference there. The supporting text actually seems stronger than the policy, because the policies should seek to maximise. Should seek to. It's not absolute. Whereas the RJ is, you should demonstrate that you have, which I think. So, is it the case that 9.36 is the approach you're seeking to adopt, and therefore that should be in policy to ensure effectiveness? Or is it actually you're more...
It's clear the written statement is more forthright and obviously clearer as to exactly what the intent is.
Actually, again, my reading of the policy is that it's not an absolute requirement to maximise or re-provide. Sorry, maximise re-provision. It would be nice if you could do it, but whereas the supporting text is more, you've got to prove to us why you haven't do it. I suppose effectively, you've got to jump through a hoop. So
Do as much, or do what is necessary to show that you've done what you can to maximise.
So is that something? Again, I'm thinking effectiveness. If I take the logical thing of the intent of the policy is to protect office floor space as much as possible while still getting some of the benefits, is it effective in doing that? That's question one. But then internally, is there an internal inconsistency? And I guess you might have to jump one way or the other, and it's which way is the effective way of doing it. And yeah. It is a subtle thing. It's a subtle thing, but I think it's there.
So can we take that away?
Yeah,
please. Yeah.
I mean, I'm probably ambivalent. It's more about there's an inconsistency there, albeit a subtle one. So it's what is the council seeking to achieve, and to make sure that it's doing what it wants to do. So. Then, yeah, my last point was on 9.35, and about, you particularly pointed out Enfield Town and Southgate as locations where you want to protect. It struck me again as a little bit sort of, well, why are you picking these out? Are these being offered more protection than other places? Policy makes no distinction between small or large offices or different locations. So, if somebody were to meet the requirements in criterion 2, then whether or not it's a small office in Enfield Town or Southgate would still be consistent with the policy. So, is there something missing? And I think, yeah, is there something missing there? Really, it was something I'm missing. Was the question. Sorry, I haven't written down what you told me about that. So, well, I normally do that.
So we included that, sir, because really it's relating to I guess the hierarchy of different types of office locations set out in table A1.1 of the London Plan, which essentially it's a kind of 3-tier system, and the lowest of those is protect small office capacity, and the major centre of Enfield Town and the district centre of Southgate are identified as part of that. So we wanted to make sure we reflected that in the provisions of the plan.
But it doesn't alter the policy for those locations is the same as the policy for all the other locations. So, yeah. And I guess if you know what Table A 1.1 of the London Plan says, then it might make some sense. If you don't know what Table A, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It just appears sort of out of context. Okay. All right. I'm not. Yeah. Okay. Probably not something I need to worry about then. Okay, thanks. And you've done that. Any other comments on there? So E5 then. Move on to transforming industrial sites. Yeah, so it's clear from my question. I think I was just asking about how this all fits together, and with the, policy 2 talks about certain things that are covered by E5, policy 3 covers some things, policy 6 does, and so on. Just trying to understand why issues that were set out in this policy were not set out in those policies and how it works. I suppose I can see on reflection that you were trying to, reduce duplication, actually, by having a policy an overarching policy that covers these things in all areas. So, okay. So I guess you'd have to repeat it in E3. Some of these provisions you'd have to repeat them in E3, E6 and E7. And I note that your statement, and I raise E7 because you'll note in your statement refers to London Plan, policy E7 requires intensification on non-designated sites as well. So it covers, so it's intensification, potential for intensification and the encouragement of intensification in all 3 categories, if you like. So, okay. So on the repeat it, you've done that. And I think you've said, actually, you could, your suggestion is you might move all these things around and, change it, alter it so that the provisions are in each individual policy. And I can see some merit in that. So it's all together. And it's this potential juxtaposition of saying, well, no reduction in floor space, and then actually another policy which talks about something slightly different. Yes, you read the plan as a whole, you get it, but if it's similarly, it's a bit disjointed. You can perhaps get away with that with cross-references, perhaps, and that would help. So at least people will be signposted to that policy, so they're not having to just sort of know it's there and assume it's there. And or the alternative is to so that would mean leaving E5 not as necessarily as it is written, but at least E5 would be there, and then the other policies would point to it. So that reduces the duplication and maintains an element of clarity and effectiveness. The alternative is to do what you suggested and split it all up and repeat. So I think we need to think about that. First things first, let's look at what E5 does though, and then whether that's okay, and then we can think about what's the best way to reflect that later. So criterion 1 is a general point. You will support intensification. Fine. It does only say SILS and ELSIS there. I don't know whether that should actually also be and non-designated sites. Actually, should say, all 3. So that might be an action there. Or however it manifests. If the policy says it is, then yeah. I suppose if the council will support the intensification of industrial uses throughout Enfield, isn't it? Where it doesn't, well, you have to say it, but where it doesn't cause other problems, I suppose. Fine. Criterion 2. Just wanted to. So again, proposals involving intensification of industrial uses within SILS and ELSIS will be supported where. Well, I guess actually you don't need criterion 1, do you? Because you'd just be saying the proposals involving the intensification of industrial uses within SIL, ELSIS and non-designated areas will be supported where? Because you would, but anyway, that's just because 1 and 2 actually say same thing, you're supporting them, but anyway, put that to one side. There's a minimum resulting net increase in employment floor space and seek to maximise industrial development potential. Fine, you've done that. But of course, need to remember that that's not about any industrial proposal. It's only proposals that are proposing intensification. So if your intent is to say, if somebody's coming in with my 50 to 50, like for like, then this policy isn't triggered because it's only a proposal involving the intensification. So that's one important point, I think. But just in the context of somebody's coming in, we want to intensify. You thumbs up, provided these things happen. There's a net increase. Well, they'd have to be because that's what intensification is. There are phase to secure completion operation of employment components to the scheme before first occupation of any non-employment uses. That speaks back to E7. But I suppose well, from a SIL perspective, it's a bit moot because you can't do it unless it's in the development plan, can you? But I suppose it still might apply to LSIS and non-designated areas, so fine, I understand. Again, it's avoiding unintended consequences. C, I just wanted to query C, because are conceived with proactive engagement with the local planning authority and Greater London Authority. Is that, I mean, it's a very procedural issue, it's right, it's a strategic policy, this is so, fine, might be slightly different, but is that set out anywhere in the London plan that has to happen? And I suppose I always think about it, so, and if it doesn't, so what, as long as the proposal is acceptable in principle?
The London Plan cross-refers to the GLA when developing master plans, trying to get SIL release and intensification. That is in there. Not hugely clear because the London Plan is littered with lots of in consultation with the GLA. So I think it's just guarding that the GLA want to be involved when you get these large schemes. And yeah, there isn't necessarily a DM hook in the London Plan that says thou must, but it's quite clear from the London Plan that they want to be engaged with especially larger schemes. So I think it's a reasonable bit of the policy. It may not be triggered for little small schemes, etc. It would have to be read a little bit proactively. But yeah, engagement with the GLA when it comes to industrial land is quite important.
Okay. And I think it's a strategic policy rather than I'd be saying, well, if it was semantics maybe between DM and strategic policies, but if it was a DM policy purely, I'd be saying this is a procedural issue, it should be in your SCI or something like that. But this is about what we expect and how we'll go about it, and and then D, are informed by engagement with existing businesses to seek to retain them on site where possible, implement effective transition arrangements, and provide support for any business that can't be incorporated to relocate off site. So again, I guess that must be set out somewhere in the London Plan as a matter of principle. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Again, maybe it's just because it's set out as a strategic policy, but 2D, is it the role of the planning authority to get involved in some of this? Who's planning permissions are going to go with the land. They're not, you can't guarantee that users are going to be the same end users. It's not really things we get involved in, is it? It's about, I think there's another policy maybe later on which talks, and I can't remember, like jobs. Yeah, and like providing, I know you've suggested deleting that as well, I think that requirement. So it all seems, I can see it from a sort of, let's all work together to encourage, good things, a strategic policy, okay. But is it some of this just seems to be maybe really scraping at the edges of what you as the local planning authority should be getting involved in, or what you're expecting an applicant to do with all this? Because what is an acceptable use of the land? I'm very old-fashioned in that respect. What's an acceptable use of the land, and who the occupier is not really for us to say. I mean, the occupier is not. We're not involved in that.
No, but I think if the occupier has been there utilising that format of space, then it's not occupier specific as such, but there has been a demand for that format of space in that layout before. And it's a case of just ensuring that if you extinguish their current use because you're redeveloping their site, some thought has been given by the planning authority and everyone else to where those firms could be relocated or accommodated, because with no surplus space in the borough, what we don't want to happen is those uses being extinguished. So I appreciate it's a bit more woolly than a simple yes or no, but I think it is in the council's interest to encourage proactive discussion with occupiers, and especially when they might be party to commenting on the planning applications later down the line, and their point would be that their use could be being extinguished. So I think I can see the reservation with it, but that positive engagement I think is quite important for us.
Okay. Again, I'm bound to say this is only in relation to intensification schemes as well. So these are things you're seeking to support. They shouldn't, in theory, they might be intensification to encourage those operators to stay, because they'll be meeting their requirements and so on. It might not happen unless they stay. And of course, just outside the scope of this, there's all kinds of non-planning related legal issues in terms of tenancy and so on. So those things would all no doubt come into play in the great scheme of things. But okay. Sorry, I'm going through all these things because obviously my main point was about repetition and duplication. I want to pick these things up. But 2E, I suppose I can see why it's been included. It obviously covers generally things that are picked up elsewhere, but I can, and it has got some I suppose it is specific to intensification. So okay. I know I specifically asked about 2E, whether it's picked up elsewhere, and it is, but I can understand why that's there. So okay, again, maybe in the fullness of time, looking at cross references to things, or maybe, but in principle, I can understand why it's there. But I do have a bit of an apology. I have noted one issue since I issued my MIQs, and that's in paragraph 9.42. It says that proposals aimed at improving environmental quality and making SIL and LSIS more attractive being strongly supported. And I suspect, again on reflection, that might have been what you were getting at in 2E and criterion 3 about improve. So it may be that they're there, but I'm not entirely sure whether what is set out in 9.42 is covered by the policy as strongly as it might or as needs to be. But I've dropped that one on you a bit without asking, so maybe something you want to take away and think about. Again, I'm not entirely sure it's fundamental.
We're just wondering whether it's covered by E5.3 as it is.
It might, I've said that might be what you were getting at, in which case, okay. Okay. Okay, fine. So going back, I didn't ask any questions on this, but going back to the point we've just been talking about how, and if we look at it in the context of E3, E6 and E7 to come, this E3 point we're saying, well, actually, what we're really trying to achieve here is maximising the efficiency of the floor space on any application. So even if it's an application that comes in that isn't intensification, we want the ability, well, as I say, the way I read the policy at the moment is you're not expecting people to intensify, would encourage it and be happy to see it, but you're not making them do it. But then when we talked about it, it seemed actually what you could be thinking about along those lines, where you actually are saying, well, this isn't as intensive, this isn't as efficient as it could be. We'd like, so we're going to refuse it on those grounds. And then you pointed me to E5. I opened that up and say it's in E5, and that phrasing is in E5, but only in relation to intensification schemes, as I've said. So it takes us back to the issue of is there something missing from E3 and maybe E6 and E7 about maximising industrial development potential. So if you come in with your like for like, you can go no, because I don't think either E3 or E5 allows that at the moment.
I think the policies are drafted that we secure a nil net. I think the difficulty then becomes, as we've discussed with the site allocations, that how you maximise, optimise, whatever the phrase is, the new industrial yield varies hugely depending upon the site and its characteristics. So it is unfortunately a bit of a case-by-case basis, and so the policies are trying to ensure that when those applications come through the door, there is an audit trail that they have been considered and scope to intensify following the GLA guidance or whatever. has been considered and
Yeah, sorry, I know I'm being a stickler here, but that's not what the policy says. The policies don't say, have you considered intensification? They say we'll give priority to intensification or we'll encourage intensification, which is not the same. And just going back to that point we're making about the office, where you've got the difference between what the policy says and what the RJ says. One is you should demonstrate that you've provided. Well, actually, it sounds like that's what you're saying you want to see from these schemes. You want developers to demonstrate that they've, taking account of the fact that every site is different and every policy is different, and it might well be that there are cases where you can't intensify, and it's fine, but you should demonstrate that you have taken every opportunity to maximise the industrial floor space on this site. And if it comes in, it's like for like, well, and they say, well, there's no way we can do it, and you can all accept that, then fine, there's no detriment, is there? The way I see it at the moment is, if somebody comes in with a like for like, you can't, these policies don't allow you, they might infer and imply it, but they don't allow you to go, oh, no, you can do more here. You've got to basically accept it. Now, as I've said already, if that's the council's policy, that's fine. I'll leave it there. But if it's not the council's policy and not the council's intent, then these policies are not effective, in my view, in achieving what you want to achieve. So it really comes back to what you want to achieve, I suppose.
I think what we want to guard against is just a simple 50,000 square metres, 50,000 square metres, and no further consideration being given to intensifying its plot ratios and doing what the London plan positively expects us to do. But we can't set in the policy a threshold or a criteria which would say that if you deliver us 20% it's fine, or deliver us 30% it's fine, because it is all individually case by case. So I think if we can tidy the policy up to say that, you know, what we're seeking is evidence that you have thought this through and you have considered all the relevant intensification guidance, and this is what you can do. You can do 5,010 square metres, happy days. But it's just guarding against, here's a 5,000 square metre crinkly shed, have another 5,000 square metre crinkly shed.
Absolutely, and I think
Yeah.
that sounds like what the London Plan's getting at, and what your strategy is.
Yeah.
As I said, I just don't think your policy does that, and I think you can address it without having to set a threshold or a. And it would be reasonable to do that, bearing in mind that, as you say, every site is different, and you couldn't say everybody must deliver 10% increase or 20% increase. So I think, okay, let's carry on, because we've got similar policies coming on, so we'll deal with them. But I think, if you disagree with me, fine, about what I'm saying, fine, but that's just how I read it at the moment.
So just for your note, really, the policy E5B3 of the London Plan sets out the baseline of what needs to be done, which is to explore opportunities to intensify sill land. So, to the extent that there needs to be any guidance or as to the application or the rewording of policy E36, it should really follow in step with that indication.
Yeah, and I think if any other justification is needed to amend E3, it would be because to bring it more into line with the London Plan expectation.
Yes.
As well. So, okay. Right. Anything else on E5 then? Sorry. Oh no. Sorry, just something else on E5. So I don't know where we've left it in terms of maybe it's just for me to go away and think about. But
I think the answer is that that doesn't need to shift. It needs to be E3 that shifts.
yeah, E3 needs to.
Because specifically E5 is about intensification rather than.
And I suppose E3 would then point to E3 needs a change in two respects, I suspect. One is maximising, however that wording comes out, and then also where there are applications to intensify, they'll be considered in accordance with E5. So you don't end up saying the same thing in several policies. So okay, so actions there, and then so there's action for E3 and action for E5. sorry, well, to point, action 3.3 to point 3.5 and, yeah, change that. Sorry, I'm just making sure there's nothing I've missed. No. Right, okay, then we'll move on to E6. Probably similar sorts of issues to what we've just been talking about. Apologies for the AGB. My questions there. So I'm blaming Microsoft Word's bullet pointing.
Followed it. We followed
You
it
followed
to the letter.
You did follow it.
Literally to the
I read it. I
letter.
thought that's weird. And now it's my question. Oh dear. I'm sorry. Apologies. But I blame in Word. You know, bullet points like in Word. Anyway, though, the substantive issue is about criterion 1. Sorry. As with SIL, I said, are the else areas justified? They're generally followed forward, and then there's the allocate. Of course, the allocations as well, which will become either ELSIS or SIL, won't they? So, okay. And then looking at the use classes, you can have on ELSIS a fairly similar range to SIL, at least in the side point. So general light industry, storage and distribution, research and development, and related sui generis uses are encouraged. Okay. The very minor point, but I note here that it doesn't actually, SIL tells you what a related sui generis use might be, at least gives you an example. It doesn't give examples here, but I think to say it may be you don't need to keep repeating it. Once you've said it in SIL, assuming what constitutes a related sui generis use is the same for ELSIS, then, but I do think some indication of what that might look like in terms of activity, if nothing else, would be helpful. Proposals for non-industrial type uses in ELSIS must not compromise the... this get into the phrase. Must not compromise the business function of the site and must have regard to the agent change principle. So I think this is where I knew there was something where it talked about this. So this isn't a floor space. This is not... Oh, sorry, then it goes on to criterion 3, it says proposals that result in a net loss of floor space will be refused. So you've got a slight two ways of looking at it there. One is about function and one is about floor space. But sorry, I'm jumping in. Before we get to that, just thinking about the uses then that are allowed. Where it talks about proposals for non-industrial type uses in ELSIS, that means then it could be anything, presumably, provided it doesn't result in a harm to the function, no agent of change, no floor space loss. Anything goes. That's subject, and obviously then subject to other policies like retail policies and everything else. But there's no limit, no restriction in principle of what can be allowed. Okay. And is that consistent with the London plan approach to ELSIS?
Yes, I think it is. I think, as we said, the simple differentiation is normally that London plan, subject to stringent criteria, will permit residential to come forward in ELSIS, because the expectation is that the bulk of ELSIS users, as they are today, are reasonably content to be occupied or to be accommodated adjacent to residential, whereas the London plan's quite clear that the SIL sites are 24-hour, and the presumption is that they're not compatible with residential. So this policy facilitates, it doesn't encourage, it doesn't put in big shiny lights that we want houses in our ELSIS sites, but in line with the London plan, it makes provision that a case could be made for it.
Okay, thanks. 9.43, we've already talked about 9.43 to an extent. So while ELSIS primarily support industrial type uses, this policy allows for a broader range of uses, including non-ancillary office and residential uses, subject, and just say, in fairness, I was probably a bit unfair, it does say subject to compliance with other policies. So I guess in that context then, it would only be where the sequential test has been passed. So that does at least answer that question, I suppose. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking that one through in my head as to how that the reference to I'm still a bit the reference to non-ancillary office is just leaving me a little bit hazy, even though it does refer back to it's the implication being that in a matter of principle it's okay. Everything's subject to another policy. Everything's subject to other policies. We know that. Housing, other than in extremists, really unsustainable locations, can go anywhere. In theory, office, you have got an inbuilt restriction on where you expect offices to go. So, notwithstanding the caveat about other policies, it just seems a bit. Again, it's like, well, is it acceptable or not then? Is it need to take it out?
I think the thing is we don't need to reference offices because, as we said, there's a sequential approach. We've got other policies of the plan that direct it to town centres, and if somebody wished to promote offices on an ELSIS site, it would be subject to its other policies.
I think it might just be unnecessarily create an unnecessary potential confusion about what is acceptable here. Yeah. So I think I would say I think I agree. An ambiguity, perhaps. And we've sort of talked about the uses anyway, and how they fit into London Plan Policy 4A, so okay, and we know about the slightly more flexible approach. A similar thing at what I said about UNCIL, about food and drink and leisure, by the virtue of criterion 3 of this policy, anything that was residential or any other use, I should say, would either have to be new build because it's not resulting in a loss, or a conversion redevelopment where the existing floor space was at least maintained.
I think the slight difference is that the ELSIS sites are very large. Not the ELSIS sites, the SIL sites tend to be very large. So like Brimsdown is the second largest in London. So you need some of those facilities, you need to give scope for some of those facilities to be within the ELSIS, within the SIL boundary. But the ELSIS sites are quite small. The general likelihood is that those facilities and services are already available down the road. They don't have this same critical issue with a dearth of a shop to go out for lunch, which we find on big SIL sites.
So no need to mention that specifically. Okay. And I think criteria 3 and 4 are effective. What we had the same discussion on SIL. The discussion about whether it's a loss of floor space is the factor. Is it sort of absolutely no, and whether that's the correct approach. As I say, what's in criterion 2 is a little bit more. It seems to open it up because it talks about compromising the business function. Criterion 3 is very much no. Net loss of floor space equals no. So we've talked about that. Unless it is a different situation in ELSIS, I'm going to assume your answer is still the same. That you do think it's important to maintain that control over numbers. And my question D. Find my question D. Yeah, I think actually, yes, my question D was coming back to criterion 4 and this reference to prioritisation. And I think your answer to this in the statement seems to be sort of based on the premise that criterion 4 is all about alternative uses. So you're prioritising intensification over alternative use. That's not how I've read it. I've read it as being more about prioritising when it, yes, where sites are redeveloped for intensified scope for intensified industrial floor space should be prioritised over forms of development. I've actually read it more as if it's being redeveloped for an industrial use, you'll look for intensified forms of development, because if it's been otherwise accepted that you can lose the land or allow something else, then you don't need an intensified form of floor space. So I think this is slightly, to my mind, slightly different.
So 9.44 deals with that situation where there's a mixed-use redevelopment scheme and says that it's imperative the scheme's implementation carefully phased to ensure the completion and operation of the employment-related components of the scheme before first occupation of non-employment uses. No, I thought that, when I first read that, so sorry, I thought that it was referring to the actual design processes, but it's not, it's a phasing point.
And I think the statement, I think I may have asked whether that should go in the policy. I think it should go in the policy. Yeah, so 9.44 probably needs to go in the policy anyway, but I think, yeah, the criterion 4 issue is very similar to what we're talking about. If the intention is that you want to maximise the amount of floor space coming through or seek to encourage intensification and maximise that, then it's the same point. The policy makes no reference to efficient use of land for alternative uses or anything. It's got to be, so I think you expect some kind of demonstration that intensification, if you're replacing, if you're looking to deliver employment land, shall we say, on ELSIS, then you've got to be demonstrating you're making the most efficient use of that land. And if it's a redevelopment, it's therefore, can you intensify the use of that land? Yeah. But if it's an alternative use and you're coming forward and it's been accepted that it's residential or however that is, I don't think you can then, I think that's got to fall outside that, because you've already, presumably, would have had to determine that the loss, if there is a loss, is actually justified. You know, so, and I suppose, or if it's, you know, a mixed-use development, then it might be...
If it was mixed, I
Yeah.
think that's the point, isn't
Yeah.
it?
If the mix is mixed, then you want to maximise the retention.
Is the point, sir, that whenever industrial floor space is proposed within an LSIS, the scope for its intensification should be prioritised?
Yeah. Or even demonstrated. I think...
Or demonstrated.
Yeah, I think if you want, demonstrating that you've achieved you've achieved what you can, realistically, isn't it? And if some cases it might mean a reduction, if you've accepted that a reduction is acceptable, notwithstanding what criterion 3 says. But if you've accepted, but if someone's coming forward again, it's my 5,000 square metre wrinkly tin shed, and someone you say, actually, can you do a 10,000 wrinkly tin shed on here with a more modern approach to plot ratios? Or
I think what we see in practice is if you don't have a strong policy that requires the consideration of industrial allocated sites, is that when you have any intensification capacity, it quickly gets diverted to other uses because that's where the market is. And because they're designated industrial sites, the first call is essentially if you can put an additional storey on top of your building within your industrial site, why can you not put an additional storey on it for an industrial user? Why do you automatically default, which is what we see without this kind of policy? So I can put an additional storey on it, I can put some houses on top of it, and then we get no improvement in our industrial portfolio and we don't get any net additional at all. And again, it goes to the core principle of the London Plan that recycling and intensifying our LSIS and SIL and non-designated is the only route, bar Greenbelt, to accommodating London's growing industrial need.
And that all seems to I think I understand that the intent, notwithstanding the fact what the London Plan requires anyway, the intent is a logical one. I'm trying to think and ensure in a way that, you know, the policies do what you want them to do. And I think there's some little bit of deficiency in that at the moment, and I'm sure it can be addressed.
I think we were going to take away and have a think about the rewording of the final bits of E3.
And I think
clear.
it's the same for E3 and E6.
It will be the same here.
Principle, yeah.
I think it's a London-wide principle whenever you have a protected employment site or a non-designated, that process is followed.
We will stop, but actually, it goes back to a point you made a little while ago, which we were talking about the office policy, and it was about the marketing and so on. And I think you said, actually, the current policies for industry, might be in a pre-London Plan world, have a marketing sort of requirement to them of 12 or 24 months or whatever it was. These actually, while the office policy does, just popped in my head, neither E3 or E6 have that. Now, is that unnecessary because you've got a very strict no loss anyway, so it doesn't need it? You know, you're not looking at that. Okay.
When you look at the London Plan, it talks about marketing for offices, right, for core industrial uses which have their lines drawn around them on the proposals map. The presumption is that they remain as they are.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, if I was going down the form and function route, it might be that's a way of looking at how it is, but okay. That might be something for me to think about. Now, we've got about 4 policies left. I think 4 or 5 policies left. I still think we need a break. So I'm prepared. If it's okay, we've got loads of people here, but I'm still content. I am, if the council are content with this, to have the normal hour and then come back and deal with things as quickly as possible.
As you like. If you would prefer to have a shorter time,
well, probably not actually. I'd probably quite prefer to have a reasonable,
very good, sir.
decent break.
Whichever would be.
But I don't want
better
to
for you.
also, if it's going to cause problems for anyone.
No. Simply what's convenient for you.
I'm fairly flexible, but I think these are quite intense.
Yes, they are.
Intense, I should say. I think we'll come back at 2. We'll come back at 2 o'clock, if that's all right, and then we'll try and get done as quickly as possible. So thank you. Yeah, we'll adjourn till 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there I always check, see if anything's arisen in the
Thank you.
in the lunch. Okay, thanks. So we'll make a start on E7. I think my first question was what constitutes a non-designated industrial site. I suppose it might be a statement of the obvious, any site that's not designated, I suppose, but
Anything else?
yeah, so I guess this could be anywhere, but I think the point is anywhere where it's currently in a B or Class E use, I suppose, or Part of E, which isn't in a CIL or LSIS. So I suppose statement of the obvious, perhaps, but okay. On my part. Paragraph 58 of your statement confirms that you've taken a protectionist approach to non-designated locations. I'll come back to that in a moment. Yeah, I think my point was the policy deals with protecting non-designated employment sites. That's fair and okay. It might be how that does that we'll come on to. But my question was, it doesn't actually deal with any situation in which an employment use outside, in a currently non-designated location will be dealt with. So either that is you don't expect to see them or would refuse them. So if someone comes forward with a B/Class C use, that's not an office, I suppose, we could narrow it down to a relatively narrow set of circumstances. But how would you deal with an application for a B2 use in the event that it was in a location you hadn't envisaged it? E7 would be the logical place to go because that's non-designated locations, but it doesn't actually tell you what your position is. And that was the nub of my question, not is it right or wrong to have a protectionist approach. It's okay, but what about the other side of the coin, about actually new things coming forward?
Dr. Jones may have something to add, but I think in a London context, and I've been working here for 25 years, it is incredibly rare for someone to promote an industrial use on a site that would otherwise be policy compliant for residential. It generally doesn't happen. I know we've talked about Colosseum, and that is a real oddment that's arisen. So I think the policies haven't been drafted with a specific industrial policy in mind for that. If you promoted an industrial use on a non-allocated site, I would expect it to be managed through the normal DM policies as opposed to a specific industrial policy. And I'm just racking my brain as to what would be in a policy for if somebody wished to promote an industrial site outside an industrial allocation beyond what's in the DM policies. Ahmed.
Yeah, just adding to that, I think the key factor would be the agent of change principle. So if someone, say, put an application for B2 in a primarily residential area, then it'd be the effect on the occupiers that would be of prime consideration. So, yeah, an additional criterion could, subject to your agreement, be incorporated into this policy to capture those opportunities.
Well, I think it may well be, and at risk of contradicting myself about duplication and repetition, that in and of itself, I've never said that in and of itself is unsound. I've said it's where it causes problems. It may well be that the issues you would have regard to are amenity, transport, character and appearance, all normal things. Fine. There are other policies where that is the case, and it still lists them. So we've already talked about this morning, where there's a whole raft of what I might call normal planning issues, which are related to a more general use. And if that is the only set of considerations, then it might well be either just, again, it's a signpost to the fact that development outside, development of these types of uses in outside LSIS and SIL locations will be considered in accordance with all the policies. Whether you need to put that in the policy or the sporting text, I don't know, but because it's a statement to the obvious, but it's making it clear that you don't have a policy on it. I mean, the only other things I could think of would be where, as you have with other policies, not just relating to industry or other types of use, there are locational aspects of it, i.e. we don't want to see it outside PTEL. We had a discussion yesterday about student accommodation. It's not absolutely outside PTEL 4 to 6, but it's encouraged. So is that kind of thing. We don't want to see industrial uses outside sustainable locations. They're all covered by other policies, don't doubt that, and it may be getting back to first principles. But I think if that is the case, I still think there's a hole. Even if I get, as you say, your experience might suggest that it's very unlikely to ever be triggered, in which case you perhaps don't need a full policy on it. But I think even if the sporting text says, in the unlikely event we get an application for this, we will deal with it this way.
I think that's perfectly sensible for completeness. So I think it's just when the plan was drafted, it wasn't at the front of everybody's mind. And I don't think we had a single site promoted for a new industrial site through the allocations. So, it isn't unusual, but for completeness, we can direct the reader to the other policies, etc. And it would be the case that, of course, with an industrial shortage, we'd welcome it if you can fit it in. But
I suppose that's the point. That's the other thing, isn't it? And I guess the other thing of my question, yes, the corollary of that is, well, by not saying it and just talking about protecting it, are you, in effect, saying we don't want to see it, and so we'd refuse it, or at least discourage it? But if that's not the case, it's if it's all things being equal, if it's not going to cause living conditions issues, not going to be flooding, not going to be highways, not going to be character appearance, not going to be transport problems, so on and so forth, bring it on, then fine. Yeah. But I think if the plan somewhere makes that clear, that'd be helpful. And I'll leave it to you, I think, in the first instance, in terms of, I think it would be sensible to have some action there relating to a modification to raise this. I think, if you want to think about, in coming up with a suggestion, whether or not what I've just said, things about how other policies have perhaps referred to things like sustainability and so on, about, what is it still encouraging development in areas of related to public transport, or however phrase it would be. Again, leave that with you for now. If that's not the case, then fine. Okay. Okay. The other thing I just wanted to check about the scope of the policy. Criterion 1 refers to non-designated industrial sites. Within non-designated industrial sites, general and light industrial, storage and distribution, research and development, and related sui generis uses will be protected. So similar to what's in the two other policies of a similar ilk. And then criterion 2 refers to the loss of industrial type floor space. I guess you would infer from that what is considered industrial type floor space would refer back to what is listed in criterion 1. So it's not just B2, or it's B2, B8 and related sui generis uses. Again, I'm a belt and braces type of person. I'd probably make that clear. Anything that's not in the uses listed above or something. But anyway, that's probably not a massive issue. But again, in paragraph 58 of your statement to me, I did note something about offices. Neither criterion refers to offices, but I did note in paragraph 58 of your statement, you refer to the intention of the policy to encourage the provision of office space within town centres. So yeah, you said, the intention of this requirement is to encourage the provision of office floor space within the town centre locations in line with paragraph 9.46. And I think this all relates to each other. There's no mention of offices in the policy as far as I can see, and even criterion 2D just refers to employment floor space in town centres, not specifically offices. And then the only mention of offices is in paragraph 9.46, which says that the policy allows for conversion of industrial space to offices in town centres will be supported where part 2 is met. But that doesn't seem particularly encouraging, particularly given the same policy would apply for any use in a non-designated location. I think so. And the policy for actively encourages offices in town centres. So it seems to me, I suppose the point is, would you need to be jumping through some of these hoops if you were looking at delivering offices in a town centre location? And is this policy, because technically town centre locations are designated, they're not designated in terms of E3 and E6, but they are designated in terms of E4. I just wonder if maybe just ignore that, take all reference to offices out because it's confusing. Exactly.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, my last note on this, is the policy particularly clear on what you want to achieve and what would be allowed? So maybe the solution is to remove the offending articles that overlap with other policies. This might be a situation where the duplication of repetition is a problem, in my mind anyway. So I think there's an action there to perhaps deal with officers. And I think this is where it comes down to criterion 2D. In town centre locations, efforts have been made to accommodate employment floor space as part of any redevelopment scheme. Applicants should seek to maximise provision of replacement floor space where it is viable and practical to do so. If it's about offices, then that's covered by E4 and that provision's there. If it's about non-office space, then there's probably a different, because then it doesn't matter if it's in a town centre or not, because your policy is still to seek to maximise presumably seek to maximise the provision of replacement employment floor space.
I'm just thinking, I think the slight difference was that when you had a non-designated industrial site within a town centre, the policies are trying to recognise that offices are a town centre employment use, and in that specific location, whereas the industrial policies would always seek re-provision of industrial floor space. Within a town centre, you might accept the re-provision of the employment via an office format as opposed to its traditional industrial format. I think that's what it was trying to get at, but it might be a bit complex in the way that it's stated. Because we wouldn't allow on a Scilla or an Elsis an office to replace an industrial use, but if you've got a redundant garage in the town centre, it would be reasonable to assume it can be replaced via an office format instead of a warehouse, which is what the industrial policies would send you down.
Okay. I think if you recognise, again, it comes down to what you're trying to achieve, make sure it's clear. I think there's a clarity issue for me. So again, perhaps the action is to look at these things again. I'm going to snip through some of the other points. I did ask a question about the last part of criterion 1. I think you've recognised that's an error in relation to E5 part B, so take that out. We talked about criteria. This is a sort of similar issue when we're talking about, so here, I guess we're talking about the marketing, which is probably another reason. Sometimes I don't know how my brain works. I was probably thinking about the marketing, there's somewhere when I was talking about it within E3 and E6 is because actually you've talked about marketing in E7. I guess the situation there is you're not so protectionist as in Scilla and Elsis, insofar as you can perhaps demonstrate here that you can have a reduction or there is an opportunity to replace the floor space.
I think the difference comes from the London Plan, which is paragraph 6.7.5, which relates to non-designated sites. And the London Plan for non-designated sites asks to demonstrate a no reasonable prospect. So the paragraph says, evidence to demonstrate no reasonable prospect of non-designated industrial sites being used for industrial related purposes should include. And the third bullet point is evidence of vacancy and marketing with appropriate lease terms. So that marketing get-out clause doesn't exist for protected Elsis and Sill, but the London Plan does allow a marketing get-out clause for non-designated. And so this reflects that, which is why we have marketing for offices and we have marketing for non-designated to align with London Plan.
So I've got a note here about 6.75 and a question about it. I just want to double check that what you've just said doesn't tie in with what my question was. So I want to make sure my question's correct. Actually, I think it's the policy itself. Yeah, this is it. Policy 7C, London Plan Policy 7C, beg your pardon. Mixed use or residential development proposals on non-designated industrial sites should only be supported where those criteria. And that's where it says there is no reasonable prospect of the site being used. So that's in the policy. I think my query was going to be, but the policy only refers to the situation where it's mixed or residential development. So the policy is quite narrow about where you can, I don't know what it leads you to, because I suppose what does that mean then if you're coming forward, say, with a retail scheme, just for the sake of argument, that the answer would be no, because there's no mechanism by which you can demonstrate there's no reasonable prospect, because the policy only talks about mixed use or residential development proposals. I take your point. The reason I was a bit hesitant, because when you actually pointed out the paragraph, there's no distinction there. It just says there should be no reasonable prospect. So there seems to be a bit of a mismatch between the policy and the text in the London Plan, heaven forbid. So I don't know where that leaves me. I
think we've taken the non-reasonable prospect bit in the London Plan policy, and then of course the supporting text elaborates on that it's marketing to demonstrate that. So yeah, we've carried that forwards. But it's just the slight distinction between how the London Plan deals with Scilla and Elsis and possible. Yeah,
it's just because I think the trouble with the London Plan policy is it just talks about the only situation it seems to envisage the replacement of non-designated floor space is through mixed use and residential. mixed use or residential. It doesn't say, you know.
The paragraph we were just reading, so paragraph 6.7.5, has 3 bullet points on it, and the last bullet point is evidence that the scope for mixed-use intensification with industrial uses has been explored fully. So it is pushing us back into consider it for industrial as part of the mix and demonstrate to us that even for a non-designated, we want to see evidence that you've explored the scope. Let's put it
Well,
that way.
quite, and I think that's again where I'll be looking to see, I think, whether or not, because 2A at the moment is whether, if you want, I would say, you know, if you're going to result in a loss, 2A would allow you to lose the lot, because if it's marketed, it's not necessarily saying anything about replacing, you know, redevelopment, incorporating mixed use or floor space. So you could lose a lot. So again, I'm slightly, it's coming back to this, you know, my favourite, one of my 10 favourite phrases, unintended consequences of this, and also what the consistent with the London plan. It would be lovely if the London plan, if 6.75 is actually consistent with the policy. That'd be lovely. 6.75 reads like policy to me, so it isn't text anyway, but danger of exceeding my scope. Okay, maybe that's one to leave with me to ponder a bit on. But yeah, I suppose my next question was, how does this policy deal with mixed-use development, really? Because, or promoting mixed use, I suppose, is it almost like not a sort of quasi-sequential test? Your starting point is no loss, I guess, in an ideal world, or intensification. If you're going to lose some, there should be no reasonable prospect of it being used. So we'd prefer some mix of use, so we don't lose it entirely. We get a mix of uses, or get a win-win. And then finally, like the lowest possible thing is we lose the employment land, but we get the beneficial use of whatever it is. Is that sort of how it should work through, your thinking would work through?
Yes, essentially, and because the marketing is the site and the floor space as well, so it allows for the redevelopment. And as the part one of the policy says, that if you are going to lose space, you've got to follow the requirements set out in E5. So we're seeking a similar position where the baseline is nil net loss all the time, but the policy is seeking, well, the policy suite is trying to see if we can get a net additional out of it. I know E7 is not quite as clear as those 3 non-policy bullet points in the London plan, but it is trying to seek the same thing. Be all right, we don't have an explicit bit about that London plan bit about maximising the industrial bit through your mixed use. That isn't in E7 at the moment, but it could do to align with the supporting text in the London plan, if not necessarily the wording of E7.
Yeah, because I think this is where the sort of deficiency in E5 falls into it as well, because E5 is currently only talking about intensification schemes. It's not providing scope for change. E5 is a very narrow scope.
Yeah.
So E5 wouldn't kick in for a development where you were losing floor space here and trying to maximise reprovision, as we've talked about before. So you do need a different way of ensuring that kind of maximisation, and I accept it'll be framed differently depending on whether it's SIL, LSIS or non-designated. But E5 I don't think is doing what you think it's doing. So something needs to be either E5 needs to be reframed so things point to it, or the mechanism needs to be in these policies. That's for you to deal with, I think. But and I think from E7's perspective, your E7, looking at their E7, it is somehow reflecting this idea of the working through stages. So, as you say, preferences for no change. Well, sorry, minimum might be no change. Preferences for intensification. If we can't get intensification, we want to maximise the floor space we're keeping, and if we can't get that, then, but you've got to demonstrate you've done it. I think that would be, I think the logic. I think. Right. Okay. Talked about that. And the office, the 24 months, okay. Talked about already. Yeah, so I suppose, again, I was saying that in relation to 9.45, that your policy, okay, 9.45 seems to acknowledge that there are places where industrial uses are not particularly suitable. And so I guess I was saying, well, okay, if that is the case, then is it, notwithstanding what I've just said, is it actually reasonable to expect all these, people jump through all these hoops in terms of, marketing and so on and so forth, and maybe maximising industrial uses if your starting point is this actually isn't a very suitable location for it anyway. And you've responded by saying that the reference to some sites not always being ideally located and in need of renewal reflects the reality of the portfolio, not intending to signify the acceptability of losses, but focus the need for economic renewal. So, okay, understood. You're not trying to promote the loss of land where you've got it. But if an application were to come forward in an area where you, by your own assessment, albeit case-by-case basis, but you look at it and go, you know what, that's an historical accident. As you say, it's a site you would never accept now. Would it really still be justified in saying you've got to do 24 months of marketing, you've got to maximise the replacement of floor space, you've got to do all these things when actually it's not a suitable location for employment in the first place? So my question would be, would there not be another test, that like a gateway test almost, say, well, if this isn't a suitable location for employment because of impacts on living conditions or whatever, let's not worry about all the other stuff.
I think the issue would come that you might have your redundant garage that has highway safety issues or whatever, and you wouldn't want to see a new garage put there. But the range of possible employment solutions is quite wide. So you might be able to, if you couldn't get something that could operate as a garage, we would want to explore whether you could get little workshops in there or in town centres, offices, or some other format for employment first before we've made a policy decision in the plan that large numbers of our non-designated sites are unsuitable for any employment use. I think that paragraph does reflect that we have some garages where maybe they shouldn't be, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't replace those sites with modern industrial units, workshops, or some other use. So I think I'd just be nervous if there was a get out because the current use causes externalities, because it can't be guaranteed that the future one would, if that makes sense.
Yeah. It makes sense. I still think there's potential to think about this, that maybe the instances where this would be a factor would be so minuscule as to not write into the plan. Again, probably something for you to respond to, me to think about. But it still begs the question for me that I believe that planners in Enfield will know instinctively or with some information whether or not, if it's a garage site that isn't really appropriate, they'll know whether another form of employment development would be suitable. It's like just to know. I mean, you'll see throughout these discussions of the M policy a number of times council asks for a bit of paper, and I think, well, do you need that bit of paper? You know, planners know what they're talking about. So if that is the case, and you can just know that's not going to work, whatever you do, it might be tiny sample. The expectation that before you would even contemplate an alternative use, they would have to sit on it for 2 years as a minimum requirement seems potentially unjustifiable to me and unnecessarily onerous. If you can at least, or even if the word demonstrate that the site is not suitable, because the other thing, if you think about it, there's no reasonable prospect. It's not just about market, is it? There's no reasonable prospect might be. There's no reasonable prospect of it coming forward for an alternative use within the same use class, because it's just not suitable for development. And I just think if you use, again, marketing is quite a blunt instrument for that, and there might be other mechanisms by which you can demonstrate, alongside marketing, that, so maybe it's marketing plus, but it seems like, and the danger, of course, is that, yes, you can interpret the policy accordingly, you can use section 38(6), you can do all kinds of things to minimise the risk of it causing unnecessary unintended consequences. But that's, it's obviously a lot simpler if the policy provides you with that mechanism in the first place.
I'm just trying to think, it's not an uncommon issue with this type of policy that we've come across before. I have seen caveats put on policy which require the marketing, but then opens the door to essentially proactive pre-application discussions and agreeing. You can have it phrased that the marketing strategy should be agreed with the council in advance, and that gives an opportunity for an applicant to come in the door, speak to the DM officer and scope in a little bit more detail what the council's expecting. I think it's just having a blanket that you can give us evidence that the site isn't suitable. We would find every site comes up with a long list of reasons why it's not suitable, because they're all adjacent to residential, or none of them are located on the M25. They're all located on secondary roads. You can come up with an enormously long list as to why it's not ideal. So it's getting that balance right.
Fair enough, but dare I say, what an applicant says and what the council accepts is two different things. So an applicant can say what they want, but if the council says, well, no, we're not accepting this, clearly look around, there's loads of opportunities to do employment in this location, we're not accepting it, then you don't have to accept it, you don't have to accept what they say. That's the first thing. Just looking at your 6.7.5 from the London plan, it doesn't, marketing is not the only thing there, it has got the strategic and local assessment of demand. So even that, you might equate demand to marketing, I don't, because it's not quite the same thing. But because it might be, they say, there might be demand, but that's the wrong site for it. So, even the London plan has a more nuanced approach to what is reasonable prospect than this plan, which is, and I say, it might, maybe there's no answer to this at the moment. You've told me what you think, you don't think, but I just think it's going to be, I would have thought there were situations where it's quite obvious to everyone that there is no benefit to be gained by making somebody, because it's not, making somebody go through a long, laborious, potentially expensive process where everybody knows it's going to achieve nothing just to pass that test, when you could have then get some beneficial use out of the site, and given the council's being pulled in many different directions for what it needs to deliver, and that these are not designated locations, these are not where you're not relying on these, your sill analysis is what you're relying on. So again, it just seems a bit like, let's say I'm going to crack a nut.
I can understand where you're coming from. The London plan places a great deal of weight on marketing, and other borough policies do as well. And that is, that London plan paragraph talks about evidence of strategic and local demand, and quite why we'd have a strategic demand study for what would likely be a small non-designated site, I don't know. But I would think we take the failed marketing as being the main cleanest indicator that there's no local demand. Agents can write reports for you that say whatever you like, which is what we do come across. But the final,
Probably shouldn't tell me that.
the final washing machine is, has it been properly marketed?
Okay. One final point on this then is what it actually says at the end of your paragraph 9.45 is there may be cases where through a robust development management process a compelling case can be made to release sites for other uses. Now, from what you've just said, the robust development management process is in effect marketing.
That's the main mechanism the boroughs use to wash that out.
So I don't think, I would say, what you've said in 9.45 is not actually what the policy says. The policy is it's not a robust development management process, because I've just been talking about robust development management processes where you actually use judgment to see what's in. You're actually talking about very simple, straightforward. Have you marketed it? Yes, no. It's a binary. There's no planning judgment involved. It's a binary yes or no.
No, I think the marketing comes first, and then when you're seeking to release something, there is a robust development management process, because it's a case where the marketing failed because they can't improve the access, they can't do this, they can't do something else with it, they can't redevelop it for a new use within the suite of policies we have. So I think they are related, but yeah, I understand it's heavily weighted on marketing.
Yeah, and sorry, I know I'm being a real pedant about this, but actually that's not what the policy asks for. The policy doesn't ask for any evidence about can you deliver an access, can you, it's purely have you marketed it for 2 years. So again, I'm sorry to be a bit of a stickler for that. It might be what you think you've asked for, but you've not. All you required by this policy is 2 years worth of marketing information. You can't, through this policy, you can't be saying actually, you might think it, don't get me wrong, I no doubt that the DM officers might be thinking, can you deliver something else on that site and is it feasible? That's not what you've asked for. So I think if you ask, and this is what I came back to at the start, if all of that consideration, is it achievable because of physical constraints, is a factor, well, A, should the policy be referring to that, but also B, could that not be an alternative to marketing if the characteristics of that are so obvious, so fundamental, that you're just basically wasting, how much are we told, how much planning apparently slows things down, and your policy actually says we've got to wait we can't do this, anything we want to for 2 years. That might be justified in terms of what you're trying to achieve overall, but it's a 2-year wait on a site where everyone can see, just by looking at it, that it's a non-starter.
No, I know. I think the only thing is the range of alternative industrial and employment uses is quite wide. So I say if you would have industrial uses that aren't dependent upon the same level of transport access as you might have with the existing use. But say if you changed your garage to workshop space for creative industries, they don't need, they're residential compatible for one, they don't need the same criteria as the failed use, if that makes sense. So it's asking, what we want to do is developers to be slightly more creative than just saying, oh well, it hasn't got a brilliant access, we can't sell it for a new garage because they don't like the access to it, therefore there's no other employment use that we can possibly get. The policy is seeking it to be marketed, the land and the property, so that if somebody wanted it for workshops and creative industries, they could buy up that garage site and those policy constraints wouldn't apply. But I agree, there will always be some which are a complete non-starter, but I think they're quite minor.
Okay. Right, then I think that might have. Yeah, sorry, and it's just going back to the point you just made about marketing the site or premise. It currently says site, so the question is, would it be site and or premises, or is it the site you're more interested in than the premises? I think from what you're saying, it's actually the site, effectively.
If the site's being sold with a building on it, then it's being sold with a building on it. But what we don't want is somebody just to market the life expired floor space, which is what would happen if we just required marketing the floor space.
Right, okay. I'll come back on that. I think there's one or two points about that I'll probably give some thought to. And one of the things is this relationship between this policy and the London Plan, because I think this policy is missing out some subtle nuance of what the London Plan is expecting. So, but I'll come back on that, I think, at some point. I'll give it some further thought and come back on it at some point. So. And in terms of actions, though, for now, there are some things if you're developing your schedule that you've like the correction to criterion 1, and if there is, taking away the loss of employment and this issue of, and it actually relates to the London Plan, about this maximising of alternative, maximising of employment use and demonstrating it, and that also speaks to what E6 and E3 and so I would contemplate that anyway.
I was just thinking the marketing, just speaking to Dr. Jones. I don't think anybody from the council side would object if the policy was amended so that it gave scope for an alternative marketing period to be agreed in advance. That would be perfectly sensible. You would want it agreed in advance to stop people coming in retrospectively, but that would, I think, be perfectly adequate, and therefore if you are coming to the council with your non-starter, there is scope for both parties to agree that 24 months is onerous, but we want something else instead, or we want shorter, it'll take shorter. I don't think that flexibility would cause any problems with the plan, and it might well address some of your concerns about wasted effort, etc., and it would be positive because it requires engagement with the council.
Okay, thank you. Helpful. Yeah. Well, it's a starting point because there's some changes I think are needed anyway that you've already accepted and acknowledged. And I think, there's this whole issue about sort of thing that you think E5 is getting at, but it's not really getting at, and so on. I would like to see a change to this policy anyway, what we discussed. I think in the context of how we've been discussing it, if you would like to consider criterion 2A and how that may or may not be changed, or may be changed to sort of reflect some of the discussions we've had. Once I've seen that, I can contemplate whether any further changes might be needed. And again, perhaps an action is to go back and again look at the relationship between this E7 and London Plan E7 to make sure there is a proper crossover. But again, leave that with you. So, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Right, then move on then to E8, providing for workspaces. What is a workspace? So my first question was about criterion 1 relating to other policies concerned with the provision of new workspace. And it was not necessarily a rhetorical question about what is a workspace, because actually, is this the policy? I suppose I was going, is this the policy? Because proposals involving new workspace will be supported where they provide, and then there's a whole list of things. But I was sort of saying, well, isn't E3, 5 and actually E7, well, no, sorry, E7 isn't about new workspace, but E3, E5 and E6 all about providing new workspace. So I suppose I was a bit confused about what this policy was doing, which wasn't in there. And then in 9.47 identifies a workspace is the purpose, for the purpose of the policy, refer to of places of work. So presumably, does that mean that's beyond good old, well, Class E, because actually most of Class E is where people work, B2 and B8? Or is it, because and think about it, there's an awful lot of other use classes where people work. So what are we actually talking about here? And in what circumstances would this policy apply? Or is this what I was literally referring to? Is this the gap that where E7's, is this the non-designated areas? But of course it doesn't refer to non-designated areas. It could also apply to LSIS and SIL because it's just about workspace. So I guess I was just, what does it do? What's it for? And I think your statement, it doesn't necessarily get to the nub of maybe my question wasn't clear, but it doesn't necessarily get to the nub of the question.
I think the answer may be that it's dealing with something that could even be on a smaller scale than a non-designated industrial site, which is capable of being reasonably large, and that's tied in with what one then sees in relation to the affordable workspace element as well. That may well be the purpose behind it.
Yeah. If that is the case, it would need some reworking, wouldn't it, to make that clear. But reading it, sorry, and I should differentiate between 1 and 2 here, because 2 does have a clear different. In fact, that's the other thing, isn't it? Really, paragraph 1, criterion 1, seems an all-encompassing thing, could apply anywhere. And then criterion 2 is very specific about affordable workspace. You could have had an affordable workspace policy, I suppose, and that would have been it. And it's this sort of mixing and matching of ideas. Is it the case, just so I'm absolutely clear, that criterion 1, if we just set affordable workspace to one side for a second, criterion 1 would apply to new uses on SIL and LSIS. So on SIL and LSIS, you would not in addition to what's required in terms of use class, you would also be requiring a range of unit sizes, including co-working, incubator and accelerator space. It might not always work for SIL, I would imagine, if you're talking about big sheds. And then spaces that are flexible, suitable for subdivision in a range of configurations. Well, okay, that probably does apply everywhere, I guess, but it might be more difficult to achieve in some places than others, or some types. Yeah. But is it only for B2, B8? Is it only for?
It's for all kinds of commercially, all forms of premises occupied for commercial premises.
Anything.
Anything. And so would incorporate on the face of it sui generis uses, potentially ancillary uses, anything along those sorts of lines. With the intent, if one looks at the explanation, that it's seeking to assist with the supply of jobs, basically.
And workspace, well, yeah. Okay.
Which is, again, tied into paragraph 2.
Yeah, workspaces, for the purpose of this policy, refer to places of work, i.e. premises occupied for commercial purposes. Not quite the same thing, is it?
It's not. It is another it's another way of describing the same thing. And then it says what typically it will contain. Even
typically, then typically accommodate offices, research and development. So we go back to B1, B2, B8. Yeah. So
I think there's 77 references to workspace in the London Plan and the boroughs to encourage workspace. But you're right, there is no definition in the London Plan in the glossary at the back. In my experience, it's generally taken that workspace is a small, easy in, easy out properties, and particularly for creative industries, that's where they get most mention in the London Plan. So it's just reflecting the format of these easy in, easy out, easy to access, generally inexpensive properties are quite important in the London Plan, and they require us to encourage them in all sorts of areas. And I think they do relate, as we said, to all the use classes. They're not defined by use class, they're defined by their characteristic as being small, easy in, easy out.
And the other point is on this, that it's, when one looks at the other policies that are all looking at various industrial sites, industrial in form, whereas workspaces will be broader than that. Hence why it's a general encouragement policy.
Okay. Right. And I think the other point of my question then on 1A and 1B was these are quite specific requirements, albeit again, there's constant tension, I think, in this plan, maybe every plan, between things we are seeking to encourage and, inverted commas, support, and things that we are expecting to happen. And I have to say this plan's got a lot of, not necessarily criticism, it's a feature, a lot of things we want to support and things we're very encouraging of, and everything's great and we'd love it, but it makes it a little less about actually what it is you're requiring. And so if this is another, well, if you want to, if you're delivering something on a SIL site or in a town centre and you want to provide a range of units and you want to do flexible things, then fantastic, we add a bit more weight to that. But it's not a requirement, you're not expected to do it, we're not going to refuse it if you don't do it. Is that what it comes down to?
Yes, but it's a little further than that, I think so, because what it's seeking to do is identify circumstances where there'll be positive material considerations in favour of some form of development. So that if one's providing, say, housing in an inappropriate location or for some other reason may not be regarded as quite right, but is capable of being overridden by other material considerations, the provision of something that's positively supported will be a material consideration in its favour. And given what's said at 948 about the importance of micro-businesses to Enfield's economy, one can see there that it's actually saying positively, if you do this, then that will add to the weight of your proposal, as opposed to being preclusive or preventative.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, it may have been that it's the kind of thing you might put in a strategic policy about these are all the things we want to achieve, and isn't it, this sort of stuff are encouraging, but it's actually DM policy, so it's a decision-making tool. I accept what you say about it. There's a lot of, like I say, there's a lot of, if you use the phrase from yesterday, attitudinal steer policies, aren't there, about what we would quite like to see and things that we're trying to encourage. We're ever so persuasive in our policies to try and encourage people to do the right thing rather than requiring them to do the right thing from the start.
Quite so. There are two ways of going about it, and
yeah. Well, I suppose if you'd said the other way around, we require that, I'd have probably said, well, how can you possibly require that on a B8 shed?
quite so. And the point would then be made, well, or could be the absence of the provision of that element might then be held against a development for which it's not actually strictly relevant. So,
but I suppose fair enough. The point therefore is then that this is not. It's now been clarified, and I will continue to read the way these policies are written in that vein. That these are not meant to be requirements and not intended to be requirements, and will not be implemented in such way. So that's fine. Okay, well, I said it's fine. I'm not sure it is, but it's okay, it's understood. So criterion 2 sets out the approach to affordable workspace, and that is set out, that obviously follows from London Plan Policy E3, so that sets I think establishes the principle of affordable workspace. Let me just double check what that's there. So, no, not too far. Sorry, my tablet's having a thing. So in defined circumstances sat out in parts B and C below, boroughs in development, sorry, it's C, isn't it? Yeah, boroughs in development should consider detailed affordable workspace policy in light of local evidence of need and viability. These may include policies on site, specific locations, or defining areas of need. So acknowledge that the London Plan sets out the principles requiring affordable workspace, and Part B refers to 3 circumstances where, in which affordable workspace could be sought, and Part C states that the borough should consider detailed workspace policies. So you're not required to do it. The expectation is that you would go away and identify evidence to justify it, and it gives you the ability to do it. That's fine. So it may do it. The London Plan goes on that plans may include policies on site-specific locations, which you've not done. It's a borough-wide, or defining areas of need for certain kinds of affordable workspace, which again, I think it's not. You've not done that. You've you know. So it's fine. But obviously, one thing it does say in criterion C is that it should be light of local evidence of need and viability. So that is the question, really. So I'm not sure the extent to which your statement sort of satisfies that, as whether or not you've considered there is a local need based on, the question, is this based on knowledge of the, notwithstanding what I said to Mr. Byrne earlier about lots of pieces of paper, is there a piece of paper which specifically addresses affordable workspace?
It was discussed in the 2024 Employment Land Review. It identified a modest need. We're not a borough that has a lot of affordable workspace or even workspace as it stands, but particularly for growing creative sectors, which we are seeing growing, there is a need, and that's echoed in the London Plan, to support those growing sectors through the provision of affordable workspace. The dilemma we always have is that the London Plan is almost drafted in a sense that you can do a demand study for these things. Every time we've looked at trying to do that, because the space is automatically let at below market value, and because of the list of potential candidates in the London Plan is very extensive, charities, community groups, churches, everything, I think the ELR used the phrase it's almost infinite, because the second we offer space below market value, there will be somebody queuing up at the door wanting it, even if they're currently paying for something else. So it's not something that we can define as in a quantified need that you would have for the borough as a whole, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't have a role to play, and it certainly has a role to play in the mixed and balanced employment offer and the opportunities that we want to foster. And a lot of the sectors which take affordable workspace, whether they be the creatives as the obvious ones, are strong priority sectors for the borough. So the policy is trying to facilitate that, whilst recognising that they're not fantastically viable.
Next point, really, because obviously it's been you've highlighted in your statement that viability remains a challenge.
Yeah.
The London Plan would appear to conclude that any such policy should be based on tests of need, which, okay, there might be, it's perhaps hard to do a study which says this, fine, but also viability, and I guess the extent to which that's been tested. So your statement refers to viability challenges and that you've no evidence, I think, does it say you've no evidence that the policy compliant intensified industrial schemes could deliver affordable workspace, and it wouldn't be pragmatic to add further policy burdens. So, that's from the test, is not your statement. That's the quote. So, given that, I guess if the viability wasn't tested through the whole plan viability assessment, or what was it? I can confirm that. Can I confirm that the viability of this policy wasn't tested, which is what I think that sort of says. How are you justifying the 10% contribution?
So you are right, and I think somebody's been in contact with Simon Drummond-Hay, who did the viability, and forgive me if I contradict what he said, but my understanding is it wasn't tested explicitly, because the recommendation and his advice was that development is marginal and adding more policy burdens on it causes even greater problems. The slight dilemma we have is that if developers promote us GLA-style intensified industrial space, it's prohibitively expensive as it is, and it's quite unlikely that we can get significant affordable workspace off the back of the types of schemes we want. But if you made your case for your 50,000 crinkly shed that we were talking about earlier with significantly lower build costs, etc., then there's likely for non-policy compliant formats to yield affordable workspace. And it's trying to get that balance that we recognise that if we had it as a thou must, we further drown our preferred formats. But there is scope if somebody makes a case for something which we can capture more value out of it, and then the London plan would ask us essentially to recycle that uplift into affordable workspace.
So the consequence of all of it is that viability wouldn't on itself set down or allow for a requirement to that effect, and that's why the policy at sub 2 isn't set down as a requirement, but identifying when it's going to be supported, having regard to various criteria, including viability.
So yes, and it's my, I mean, your statement, and I guess rereading the wording and listen to hearing what you're saying, that similar, I suppose, similar to what we were saying. This isn't. Should I not interpret this policy as? And it's the threshold. Yeah. So in paragraph 9.49, it says proposals of more than 1,000 square metres should provide 10% affordable workspace. It is actually more. Well, and again, I think there's again this sort of mismatch between what the policy says and what that 9.49 says, because 9.49 says if you're above that threshold, you should assess whether 10% is achievable, could be viably delivered. And actually, paragraph criterion 2 says provision of affordable workspace will be supported. So that's very much more voluntary. And if an application comes forward, we'll consider it. And again, if an application comes forward for that, brilliant. But 9.49 is no. You've got to have a look at it now. So let's look at the two things there. Looking at 9.49, if you take it from that point of view, so if that is your policy, that if you meet that threshold, or those thresholds of 1,000 square metres, then you should look to see if you can do it. Now, as you know, and I mentioned this yesterday, as usual, I can't quite remember in the context, but paragraph 58 of the framework, so I know I'm teaching grandma to suck eggs here, but says that where an up-to-date policy sets out the contribution expected from development, planned applications that comply with the policy should be seen to be viable. It is up to the applicant to demonstrate whether a particular circumstance justify the need for a viability assessment. And as I pointed out yesterday, the framework does not envisage, as I understand it, situations where a council is expecting a viability assessment to demonstrate compliance with the policy. You should be setting out, it expects you to set out your requirement to test whether it's viable or not, and then if it's not, or if an applicant is suggesting it's not viable, then they get the opportunity to justify that. But my reading of the framework is it's at least discouraging the concept of having a policy which starts from the basis you must submit a viability assessment.
It's I take your point, sir, that on the face of it, there is certainly advice with regard to, or there's certainly policy with regard to how one deals with viability appraisals at paragraph 58, but it's in terms phrased in this way, where up-to-date policies have set out the contributions expected from development, planning applications that comply with them should be assumed to be viable. So it's where the contributions expected from the development. And that very much depends on, it doesn't mean that there will always be, or that every policy has to set out the expected or the expectations. And in circumstances where there are policies that don't set out expectations but indicate when something's going to be supported, it's permissible on that basis to include a requirement that, or include as part of that support, that if it's viable to achieve it, it will be, and it's delivered, it will be supported. So paragraph 58 on the face of it doesn't prevent the approach that's adopted under criterion 2. Well, the difficulty for Mercedes is this, sir, that as you pointed out, 949 is a precursor to the application of paragraph 2, which itself sets down an obligation to consider and essentially to consider the viability of achieving affordable workspace as part of a development. And that is a requirement, but it's a requirement that doesn't of itself engage viability elements. It requires an assessment of viability, but it's not an obligation that it substantively will require something to be done that will cost money, as it were, beyond the administrative effect of actually undertaking a viability appraisal. So it's not prevented, again, under paragraph 58, but it is an issue as to whether it's sound in the circumstances to require that assessment.
Yeah, I think yeah, okay. I'll take your answer on board.
It's a difficult.
I think because there's two issues here.
Yeah.
One is whether or not it's justified to have a policy. If the London plan is predicated on the idea that boroughs should have a policy on affordable workspace subject to need and viability. And if we say, okay, the need is a judgment, then okay, that's one, put that to one side. And viability, then that viability has not been tested. And I think what you're saying is you haven't got the evidence to be comfortable in having a policy which says you will deliver 10% affordable workspace on a scheme over 1,000. So in that respect, it isn't intended to be a requirement on every scheme, and you're not expecting. So if I develop, put in my application for 1,100 square metres of B8 floor space, and it doesn't include affordable workspace, I must admit my assumption would be, because why would you have your policy would expect you to do that. 9.49 does expect you to do something. Criterion 2 doesn't. I suppose the first fundamental question is if you haven't viability tested it, you're telling me the circumstances in which it is viable are limited, and so on and so forth. Whether or not the policy, any reference to it, is justified and soundly based is, I think, there's a question mark there, which I will not answer today, but I need to think about.
That's exactly it. So, I mean, you've highlighted exactly the point, which is the viability assessment of the ability to bring forward that form of workspace hasn't been the subject of detailed testing. And so essentially it's placed the onus in circumstances where, as a generality, it is beneficial to have this workspace, see the London Plan references, as a generality. Is it right in the circumstances to provide it on with a particular development? So it places the onus on the developer, and the judgment as to whether that's sound as an approach, given that overarching benefit that's derived from the provision of workspace, is justifiable or not. That's the point. So it's a matter of judgment for you. So I'm sure.
And I suspect the reason I was asking the question, or taking the logical, if you go back to the start when I was perhaps saying that the policy in the London Plan doesn't require you to have an affordable workspace policy, means that if, for whatever reason, let's say, if I were to conclude it isn't sound, and would have to come out, then it wouldn't actually be in breach or in general conformity issues with the law. It wouldn't create a general conformity issue because the expectation is you've considered it. You've put this in. I need to consider whether it's actually a soundly based approach or not.
Correct.
So that's for me to decide. Thank you. And I think, yeah, staying with principles, and we'll probably cover this, how did you define the thresholds and 10% and 1,000 square metres if you haven't got any viability, anything to test it on? I guess it's some kind of, again, judgment, presumably.
Yeah, it's judgment. It is from a review of other boroughs and other policies. 10% and 10% is the lowest that's considered to be affordable and the lowest quantum, and so we're walking quite gingerly or quite delicately here because of the viability. So that's by reference to other borough plans and policies.
Yeah, okay. But in terms of the seeming juxtaposition between criterion 2 and 9.49, if I was thinking about how this works in practice, which is the council's intent? Is it 9.49? I don't, you might have answered this. I'm just absolutely clear. Is it the 9.49 approach where an application comes in and you expect them to assess the viability if it's above 1,000 square metres, or is it the criterion 2 approach, which is if you are promoting affordable affordable workspace, we will support it? Because I think
it's both.
It is
both, sir. Because what 949 is a precursor to the application of
Right,
2.
okay. Right.
So
I think I see.
that one needs to go through the process of assessing. If you've assessed it and you could then establish it on the basis of 2,
Then we'll
you get
support
support.
Understood. Right, okay. Okay. Right, thank you. Notwithstanding anything that comes out of discussions, but again, it's and the principles and things, but just in terms of the wording, sorry, in terms of 9.49, I think you acknowledged in your statement that, picking up the point we just made, that there's a tension between those two things, and we'll have to go in policy anyway. But yeah, but it doesn't alter the discussion we've just been having about how it works and the justification, the quotes. But and then I did ask about criteria 2B and C, and I think you've accepted again that they don't really that mean anything, so they're not really effective, so could come out. So again, without going into why you think they're no longer sound, I suppose if that's your view. I mean, yes, in particular, and actually just to add to that, now we've had that discussion, it's even more questioning how the nature of the occupants and the quality inside the projects would be factored in, because it's just a viability test, isn't it? And so, okay, so
What it seems to be dealing with is circumstances where you might have a situation where workspace is provided as part of a mixed residential development that will potentially have an effect on the residential occupants in the area, depending on the kind of development. But that, of course, is covered by other policies anyway.
Yeah. Yes, I suppose I can see where that might be, where you're, even if you're looking at where you might be happy to have a reduction or less than 10%, if it's about, well, if you provided 10%, if you provide a certain amount of floor space, it might be incompatible. So it might be where you look at the actual end
Exactly.
result. Okay.
So
All right.
there is a potential logic to it.
There's a logic, yeah. I should never assume there's no logic, but sometimes it just logic needs to be teased out.
Sometimes it might be difficult to find.
Okay, I think this is one of those policies where there probably will be changes, whatever happens, because we've talked about them, but probably best not to expend any energy drafting changes before I've given you a steer.
Yes.
I think the proposals. There's a question around that. Yeah, I do. Again, apologies for not asking us a question about criterion 3. Written one, but it actually stems from the discussions we've been having this morning about losses of and how it all works. So, effectively, got a complete moratorium on loss of affordable workspace. That I don't know to the extent to which you're getting any delivered. It sounds like it's probably not a huge amount, and and is it always going to be the case it is affordable workspace? Because I guess you've got 106s which would control it, and you'd have a rough idea of where it all is. But in the same vein as again, if these are on SIL or LSIS, then they're protected anyway through those policies, I guess, because it's a reduction in floor space. So the fact that they're the same doesn't really matter, I guess. But if it was on non-designated areas, and particularly if workspaces are wider than B1, B2, B8, and they might be uses for community uses or whatever in there, so they could come up anywhere. Is it, or again, it's the question similar to E7, really. Is it always going to be the case that it's okay, it's justified to resist change, and or should, even if it is, should there not be some criteria in there to consider that? Because if they are in non-designated areas, it might be that there's perfectly justifiable reasons, marketing and so on and so forth, in exactly the same way as other uses. So I just wonder if that's
And it couldn't be right. Looking at workspaces in a general way, covering everything, to then suddenly have a blanket prevention policy for all of it, which is then contradicting the other condition-based release policy. So it may be sensible for the overarching provisions of criterion 2 of E7, which is related to all of those kind of sites anyway, for that to be relied upon rather than the E8 sub 3.
maybe so. Yeah, I think. It's not a sort of, it is a bit of a personal reminder of like absolute policies. It's not because it's just Stephen Lee's view of the world of planning, but it's more about effect. I do think I'm relating back to soundness and effectiveness and justification.
Yes.
This is quite a prescriptive, draconian response to say no to things without any kind of consideration. And you've got to consider whether that is justified and whether it will be effective. And I suppose there's no. And we've been talking about, well, as you say, Mr. Reid, we've been talking about some of these things, and it would seem this is a bit of an outlier in terms of that general kind of discussion. So, again, hold fire, I think, but possible that if I was to give some advice, it may well be something relating to that as well. Okay, and my only comment, and again, I didn't ask a question about it, but the only comment on criterion 4 is whether it's in the right, whether that's the right place for it. But it's about, it's drifting into residential, and you've got quite a few policies about how residential development should be laid out and considered and so on. So, but
It could even go into E2. Promoting jobs and inclusive
yeah.
business growth.
Yeah. It may be, yeah, the premise might be fine, is it? I mean, again, and the extent to which I need to worry my head about where they sit, but there is a sort of logical flow to these things and logical places, and it can have a, if soundness is like that, then there's in the spectrum, it might be at one end of the spectrum, but it might still be a soundness issue. Okay, but I won't go any more into that. So we'll move on quickly to E9. Local jobs and skills. Yes, so there's quite a few questions about this one, didn't I? So it will require a bit of unpicking, apologies. I'll try and be quick. The prince of the policy, and to be fair, you've suggested yourself some changes may be needed, although I don't think they've been drafted. So again, yeah, so thank you, Ms. Murray. So maybe we'll go through and then pick up where you think you're suggesting it might be suggesting changes. But we'll just look at some of some preamble. The prince of the policy is ostensibly drawn from London Plan Policy 11. This states that development proposals should support employment, skills development, apprenticeships and other education and training opportunities, refers to Section 106 agreements, and sets out the way in which the obligations should be implemented. And I can't see anything in that policy about, it doesn't say anything about what policy should include thresholds or approaches to 106, but it may be logical to assume that boroughs would be required to include them in order to justify requiring a 106 in the first place. So, you've given me quite a bit of information on the background to the policy and how things currently operate. But obviously I'm here to, as you know, consider that whether the policy you've submitted is sound and legally compliant. And so what you currently do, ostensibly through an SPD, but if I'm wrong on that, you'll correct me, doesn't necessarily make it a sound approach moving forward. And frankly, this includes the issue of whether or not applicants have been happy to sign 106 agreements. That's, good luck. Well done then. If you've got them to sign, doesn't necessarily mean it's sound policy. You've also referred me to other councils' plans, but as I'm not examining those, and I don't have the, in the standard way of those, I don't have the evidence that they had in front of them, or what the inspector was considering, or what the arguments were made. So clearly, why possibly material, not necessarily determinative. And clearly, I'm not saying from the start that I consider this policy as why I say I've got some concerns about it. I asked the question so I understand it. You answer it. I'm not saying it's going to be deleted or anything like that. I just wanted to get my head around some of the aspects of it. What I think the easy thing to do is to walk through the policy, and I'll pick up salient points as I do, and if you want to pick up salient points to me. But what I will say is, this is a huge amount of supporting text for a short policy, and so I'm not necessarily going to go through all of that, but I suspect some of that will need to be looked at, just in terms of something else. Can I be really cheeky and ask whether this policy was written by planners or written by your employment and skills team?
I think I think probably it wasn't written by an employment and skills team, but there should, for example, be reference to London Plan Policy 11 very directly, and that's not there, so that needs to be there. So I would say that there's sort of involvement, and it could have had a little more scrutiny, and that's sort of what we're saying as well.
Okay, thank you. So, simplest thing to do, I think, is just to start off with criterion 1. So we have the threshold of 0.5 hectares or 10 or more residential units or on sites of 0.5 hectares. You've said you'd support a change if I would find it helpful. It's not whether I find it helpful, it's whether it's necessary for the sound. But yeah. So here the question is whether or not the policy is clear about the circumstances in which you would be expecting a 106 agreement or skills plan, and what your expectations are. So what I said, I think what I asked in my question is, well, is 10 or more dwellings or sites of 0.5 hectares in size, and then 9.66, the policy applies to major development, but obviously it only refers to major development in terms of resi. So my first question was, is it only supposed to be resi or not?
It's not only supposed to be resi, it's supposed to be major development.
So all major, so irrespective of...
Yeah, major development proposals, you could substitute, yeah.
Yeah, so criterion one at least needs to be clear on that regard, even if it says that. So it's all major development. Okay. And in terms of evidence to justify the threshold, both in terms of why those numbers, why those thresholds, but also have the requirements been tested for viability issues, if there are any, or not?
The thresholds and sort of the principle of the policy was referred to in the whole plan viability assessment. Mr. Simon Drummond-Hay sort of confirmed that, and that it was sort of content that was sort of soundly approached. Sort of in practical terms, these thresholds sort of have been delivered upon, and we've got sort of infrastructure funding statement that sort of speaks to the sort of targets actually being exceeded in terms of local procurement objectives, and the 25% of jobs average across developments being taken up by local residents and so forth. So it's sort of got target evidence of these thresholds being exceeded recently, so they're sort of fair and reasonable would be the contention.
Sorry, thank you. So it's been tested viability assessment. I think just another quick reference to 9.66. It refers to, I asked the question about, in respect to the thresholds, but your text also refers to smaller opportunities. And I think you've said, yeah, fair play, that could be removed.
Yes, the short answer, but
Yeah.
also sort of practically speaking, if you're thinking about development management and the sort of process for sort of Section 106 obligations and so forth, actually they're appropriate at sort of a larger scale for speed of decision making and so forth. So that could actually slow down decision making if you have to get into a Section 106 agreement on a smaller development. So actually not so practically useful anyway.
Agreed? So, okay, thank you. So that would be agreed action, I think, for that. Criterion 1 refers to a skills plan and paragraph 9.55 sets out what a skills plan must explain. So if a skills plan failed to meet the test, if you call what's in 9.55 a test, if you like, or at least a set of, it's supposed to set out you ensure at least 25% of the workforce comprises local labour, etc., etc. If it doesn't do that, what is the consequence? And is that clear in the policy?
So the 9.55 says the employment and skills plan must explain how the developer intends to achieve the following. So it's about making best endeavours to hit these targets. It isn't an absolute requirement, it's just a requirement to make the best sort of to try to achieve that. and that's also expressed in sort of legal agreements as such. And then there's sort of monitoring of the employment and skills plans against the thresholds, and in short, employers have actually been meeting that requirement, so it's not been a practical concern in that sense. So it's a sort of best endeavours approach.
I think it's fair to note, though, so it doesn't have there's not a management obligation within E9 itself, save for the production of the plan. So it'd be sensible for it to make reference to it being incorporated into a Section 106 obligation, which is the same as what's undertaken.
Yeah, it's a Section 106 obligation.
Paragraph 2.
Sorry, I'm listening. There's a quote in your statement that I want to address. And as is typical of me, I haven't written down a paragraph number. Sorry about this. Right, sorry, it's not a quote. it's just my question in italics. Obviously, I wanted to emphasise something. The policy only requires development meeting the threshold to secure employment at both construction and use phases, and provide appropriate work-based training apprenticeships through 106, and to submit employment and skills plan documents, an employment and skills plan which documents how they will engage with local contractors and subcontractors, and how many trainees will be employed on site, and how many weeks training will be provided per trainee. Sorry, that's just me quoting criterion 1. That's all it was. But, and the point is that actually seems quite different to what paragraph 9. I'm constantly picking up the differences between policy and supporting text, but they are quite important. 9.55 talks about various things, but also then this issue about sets out quite detailed detailed requirements and expectations, and says nothing about local services, for example. The policy. So this issue about secure or procure at least 10% of the total. I've got another point about this, but procure at least 10% of the total value of goods and services and supplies from local businesses. That's not in the policy. Policy doesn't mention that. It just mentions. So it's a mismatch, isn't there, between what the policy says and then you read the RJ, and it's not completely different, but it's subtly different. So again, me being Mr. Pedant, if you tried to get me to sign up to 106 saying, procure at least 10% of the total goods and services, not first of all, as we'll probably come on to, I'd be saying, well, how does that meet the statutory test? But then I'd be saying, well, it's not in your policy anyway. So no.
So I would suggest that there is an amendment to incorporate reference to local procurement more directly within the policy. And I sort of drafted a third point as such, and we could do that, yeah. as a sort of best endeavours approach, or reasonable endeavours to make the commitment to deliver on that.
Yeah. It's an interesting approach. Sticking with the skills plan, paragraphs 9.55, I think onwards, does set out quite a lot of detail about what would be in a plan, in a skills plan, or a Section 106, or a Section 106 agreement. Are these meant to be prescriptive elements? And I say they certainly read like they are, but or are they examples of the types of things that may be considered? And also, are these about, if this is about the skills plan,
Yeah.
that should be the content of a skills plan. How does that relate to, because I kind of sometimes read this as being they're interchangeable, but then also that they're two separate entities. Now, it might be the 106 controls the skills plan.
Correct.
In which case, they've got to, the skills plan has to be SIL compliant, logically, because you're controlling it through the 106. Or is the skills plan conditioned, for example?
More commonly, the skills plan would be secured through the Section 106. Non-monetary contributions, but there can be monetary contributions in certain circumstances as well, and therefore the Section 106 is an appropriate sort of means to secure those contributions, and the Section 106 sort of holds the applicant to the terms of a skills plan, which they have to implement prior to working on site. So that's the sort of process.
And also, so those requirements in 955 are regarded as requirements, and
Yeah.
they're not regarded as.
So if they're requirements, should they be in policy? I mean, irrespective of whether I consider them to be sound for the moment, should they be in policy anyway?
Either that, or there should be a cross-reference to them
Or-
specifically within the policy, so that one can see.
You've got to give them
They have to
some kind of
be given
status.
some sort of status.
Yeah.
We've also talked about developing a new Section 106 obligations SPD. We have a current Section 106 obligations SPD. Obviously, this is a new plan. New SPD need to be hooked on new policy, and other boroughs sort of cross-reference an SPD to the planning obligations with regards to their sort of employment and skills policy. Certainly sort of recently adopted employment and skills policies in Waltham Forest and Barnet were ones I looked at plans adopted 2024 and 2025. So that would seem to be where sort of further detail and explanation and sort of calculation could be outlined for the benefit of the clarity of applicants.
Possibly, and probably, yes. There's nothing obviously wrong in principle with having SPD adding meat to the bones, but it has to start from the premise that the policy it's based on is sound and legally compliant, and we are into the sort of realms of legally compliant here. If 9.55 is a requirement, then it's beholden to me, I think, to consider whether or not they are justified. 25% of the workforce comprises, you've got to ensure 25% of the workforce comprises local labour, both during construction or demolition phase, and for the initial 2 years following end-use occupation and development. Just as a matter of principle, 25%. So if it's about 2 years following end-use occupation development, I can only assume this is not relating to residential development, because how does that work, unless you're expecting the workers to live in the house for 2 years?
Yeah.
So that would probably need some clarity. That's the minor point on that. The more substantive point is, where have these figures come from? What on what basis? And if you think about it from the point of view of the SIL tests, the one, how are these fitting into that basic principle of being necessary? Let's get the words right so I don't make a fool of myself. Get them wrong. And notwithstanding the fact that there might be occasions, where you can always justify these things, but if you're making it a requirement in the first place, and it's got to be a requirement of 106, how is it? First of all, how is in principle is it necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms other than the fact you have a policy about it? Directly related to development, maybe. In fact, well, is it directly related to development? If you don't, development's a use class. That's what, again, you're not granting permission for an end user. You're granting permission for a use. So I don't see how, at least in principle, notwithstanding how you direct somebody on who they should be employing for 2 years after it's come into operation. That just, again, people might, yes, a 106 might well say you've got to do it, but is it actually directly related to the development? And then fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. Again, what harm are you trying to mitigate? Mm-hmm. The development is for a business use. Let's just say we're developing a business use class. Logic dictates it's going to be employing people. Can't do anything else. So that's your benefit. There's no harm associated with that. You're achieving what your plan wants to achieve. And so I want to take the view, take the point what London Plan says about all this. I suppose I'm still struggling to understand how it can be justified to be so prescriptive, if nothing else, about 25% of the workforce, one apprentice or trainee for every 3 million of contract value, and then the infamous procuring at least 10% of total value of goods and services supplies from local sources. Now, I'll tell you what you say it's about best endeavours. Well, again, unfortunately, I would say, if it's about best endeavours and therefore you don't have to achieve it, then it's not actually mitigating any harm, is it? Because it's not. The purpose of putting a 106 in place is you deliver something that is necessary to make something acceptable in planning terms. Well, if actually there's no requirement to deliver it because it's only best endeavours and it doesn't really matter and the world moves on and there's no harm associated, then now is it justified? I'm not getting quite agitated about it because it's one, again, it looks great on paper and everyone thinks, oh, what a brilliant idea. But is it actually legally compliant?
Well,
and if I was in an appeal situation, this is what I'd be asking you.
You have referred to the London Plan, which does clearly state at E11B that development proposals should support employment, skills development, apprenticeships and other education and training opportunities in both the construction and end-use phases. So this is sort of where the wording comes from. It says both, but it might not mean in all cases sort of both, including through Section 106 obligations. So this is sort of the root of the policy. The policy is at least in part trying to boost skills and employment in the borough. In Enfield, the borough has above average unemployment, as evidenced by the borough's sort of profile documentation, and trying to make a sort of positive contribution to addressing a skills deficit, create jobs, stimulate, support the economic development, and that it should be acknowledged that development can have and often has certainly in the construction phases and so forth, sort of detrimental sort of community impacts, which various obligations and conditions seek to mitigate, and this is providing sort of positive benefit mitigating impacts of neighbourhood change, essentially, that arise from development.
Okay.
So can I also add that the current SPD of the council includes requirements that largely mirror those approaches. So it's derived from a pedigree, as it were. Now, as to the weight that you give that is a matter for you.
Let's say untested pedigree.
A pedigree, nevertheless, that's subject to the usual consultation requirements.
Yeah.
But I put it no higher than that. And in the end, so you may wish to consider whether that's an approach that's capable of being justified on soundness principle.
I mean, one thing, obviously, sorry, I keep saying obviously. One thing that the policy 11 of the London Plan says there's a principle. As far as I can tell, E11 doesn't stipulate the level of detail and prescription that's set out in 9.55. So that might be something that I will consider as to whether or not it is justified to have, well, it may well be justified to have a policy which requires, or at least sets out the potential for a 106 agreement related to an employment skills plan, which delivers some benefits in this regard, whether it's similarly justified to be quite so prescriptive about what those benefits should be, particularly when they're not a requirement, they are another, it would be lovely to have, then that's something to think about. Because the best endeavours, as you've said in your statements as well, the employment skills plan is how they intend to do it. If they don't do it, but presumably have demonstrated best endeavours through the 106 and whatever, and I think I asked this question about what you can do about that then, and the things you can do about that through planning law. If the 106 hasn't been adhered to, fine. But ultimately, there's no absolute expectation that you will get 25. You will meet those figures.
It may be that, obviously you'll consider this, but it may be that you may think that the best way around this, rather than seek to resolve it through specific provision within the local plan, is to make provision within the policy for an SPD to be adopted, which would of course then place the impetus on the council to make sure that there is an SPD that sets out those requirements, as it does at the moment anyway, and justify them against the requirements for the delivery of SPDs.
Okay, thank you. Possible. I'm just going to see if I can short circuit some of this discussion. You have referred me to the Barnet plan, which also requires qualifying development to set out skills, employment and training opportunities to be delivered. As I've said, 9.55 goes quite a long way beyond that, I think. It sets out quite stringent requirements. But notwithstanding that, as you have given me Barnet, you've opened the door to Barnet, if you like. Does the Barnet policy or text go as far as yours does? Or does it limit itself, bearing in mind I may have read it, does it limit itself to skills, employment and training, and so doesn't get into the scope of procurement, for example?
I'm just going to open their policy. Just give me a sec.
So, apropos of nothing, as you open the door to it, Barnet have 3 policies on employment. Just, say,
Yeah,
instead of 12.
It's short. It's short. Yeah. It's short. Just give me a sec.
Covering the same issues.
So the required development set out skills, employment and training opportunities to be delivered from the development, including end-use jobs in accordance with London Plan Policy E11, and then it asks applicants to have regard to the guidance in the planning obligations, SPD. So the detail, which in our supporting text, which comes back from our current SPD, is essentially where it's carried over from. You're seeing in our supporting text, but equally, you could have a clause, as has been suggested, as per Barnett, that directs an applicant to an SPD where the sort of fulsome detail is provided. But we're not looking at the Barnett SPD here, so we can see that. That's what I would expect to see, similar sort of thresholds in that other boroughs work with, and that seems to be quite common practice. And this policy is essentially about continuing, or having a mechanism to be able to continue current practice, which also impacts on an employment and skills team within the council, which also, and their work has yielded positive results in terms of delivering apprenticeships across the borough, delivering end-use jobs, for example, in the Section 106 obligations sort of or agreement linked to, say, the Wave, a leisure park in the borough, a surfing facility. There'll be
The Wave is the new
surf.
Pickett's Lock.
Correct. Yeah.
I understand now has been. I've not gone searching for this.
Yeah.
It was in Planning Resource magazine.
Yeah.
I can't unsee things sometimes.
No, you're quite easy.
So sort of, you could see how I think a positive benefit of the development would be providing end-use jobs for local people in a sort of leisure and tourism sort of context in that case, and the sort of S106 agreement sort of goes into that, as I understand, based on conversations with employment skills team officers. But just in terms of this infrastructure funding statement, 71 apprentices was secured across sites in Enfield in the period 2023 to 24. In the previous year, 70. In 23-24, 729 local residents were recruited for major developments, according to this statement. So it's having a positive impact, the policy, you would say, and there's value in that.
Okay. Thank you. Useful context. So in criterion 2, I won't go any more into, I think there's a lot there for me to go away and think about in terms of, how the principles and so on. Criterion 2, you've suggested on the back of my questions that I think criteria 2A and 2B could be deleted. I think that's right, isn't it? Because they, okay. Yes, because I think this is getting into realms of things. That's what I was saying earlier about, getting into the realms of things where, you can't, but not least, of course, before you got to a situation where there'd be a net loss of floor space, you've got to have gone through an awful lot of hoops to justify it, and then it would seem a little bit harsh once you've decided that you can live with the loss of floor space, then make people relocate existing businesses. It seemed a bit of a jump too far, that would.
There are too few cases in which that would be practical, or a chosen option of a developer. That is the sort of end conclusion regarding A and B.
And I think, B, again, provide the equivalent number of jobs would be all manner of problems I could see with that. So I think, fine. What you have suggested, I think, keeping C. C requires making financial contributions. So where in a situation you considered, again, the same point really, you've concluded that there's very few situations, as we've talked about all day, where the council would seemingly accept a net loss of floor space. Before it does that, it has to, if you think about it in terms of, and the only situation actually it would be is when it's a non-designated area, because in other, as currently drafted in Sill and Ell says you can't have a net loss of floor space. So if you assume it's only in non-designated areas, then you've had to jump through a very significant hoop. The precursor to doing it is that it's acceptable in planning terms, shall we say, that you can release that land from employment. So I would then again question the principle of saying in those circumstances you have to make a financial contribution toward industrial and regeneration employment schemes, because you've already concluded that it's acceptable to lose that employment land on the basis that the land itself, because that's the only criterion where you can do that, is because it's not actually suitable for employment land. I could perhaps see in a situation where you were doing some kind of balancing act where you're releasing some employment land where it's got some benefit, you know, and to mitigate, but you know, there's some value to that employment land, and to mitigate that, you're accepting a contribution to improve somewhere else. But that couldn't, I suspect that would be a case-by-case basis, rather than in all case, as this policy was going, in all cases, a financial contribution would have to be made. Again, I struggle to see how you can justify that.
I've been thinking, almost going back to your first question about this policy, which was about the drafting originally, and about the intention of Enfield's intention in this. And essentially, I agree with what you've said, but I think the intention is actually not about proposals that result in a net loss. I see what's written, but trying to sort of discern what it would be helpful is that the two should essentially be modified so that in circumstances that are specific to particular types of application, whether there's highly technical, sites or specialists, I was thinking about bioscience or along those lines, or data centres, or there's something that prohibits the sort of training opportunities directly coming through. There's a reason why they can't be provided. That there'd be another mechanism for essentially a mitigating sort of contribution that supports employment skills initiatives, and I think that's what we're talking about, retaining, and that's my sort of trying to discern sort of real intent in the policy, although I note what the words say.
Well, thank you. So if I take it as you're suggesting it could be intended, its equivalency would be similar to we can't deliver on-site open space, so we're delivering a financial contribution to deliver off-site in space. In this case, it would be delivering off-site. We can't deliver what you expect in terms of training and so on and so forth. Therefore, we'll deliver a contribution to deliver this off-site.
Yeah, essentially to support that process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's helpful as well. Something to think about. I won't, there's probably no more for me to say. I think it's another one for me. I wouldn't waste any time at the moment thinking about how to redraft that until I've given some thought in what you've said has been very helpful in understanding the purpose and how it would operate. And so I think that's useful. Sorry.
Could I just add one final thing?
Yeah, sure.
So we were talking about SPDs linked, so we talked about Barnett's policy. and how it was passed a note that the SPD in Barnet does reference sort of local suppliers and requires major development to deal with local procurement opportunities. And just to say that, yeah, we've had positive results in Enfield so far in terms of those sort of yes, essentially support for local businesses through development at the sort of levels of sort of 10%. So again, I think that's worth mentioning. That's all.
I don't want to delve into this too deeply because it is something related to planning applications really, but bearing in mind 9.55 has been set to me as a requirement, set of requirements, is how do you monitor local procurement? It's sitting there with some poor soul sitting there with a load of receipts, trying to work out which branch of Dewson's they went and bought their bricks from.
There is an engagement between the employment and skills team and sort of known developers in the borough, and a monitoring process that goes on, and they have been providing feedback to that team with regard to that data. I can't sort of tell you the granular data about receipts, but I am informed, and the information that is reported is that it has been effective, essentially.
Okay.
And no, it's not been heavily resisted either. The sort of benefits to developers, applicants from procuring their resources near their sites.
Okay. I mean, developers can obviously, applicants can obviously sign anything they want if they're willing to. And anyway, I'm conscious we've gone on for 2 hours. I was trying to carry on to get to the end. We've only got I don't know if anyone wants a comfort break or we're content to carry on. We've got 2 policies left. Time for
Entirely in your hands. I don't know whether anybody needs...
If I can just unplug, because I've
Should we take 5 minutes? Was that the best thing?
Unplug my laptop and mess around.
Yeah, should we take, it'll come back at 10 past, and then I don't expect the last, I don't know why I even say it. Don't expect it to stay very long, but I apologise. The 10, fostering a successful evening economy. And I asked about whether it's clear and unambiguous about what land uses are covered, and you've pointed me to London Plan. I think no, generally in the scope of the thing, you've pointed me to London Plan Policy HC6. Just look at the scope rather than the individual criteria. And this starts by saying that boroughs should develop a vision for the nighttime economy, supporting its growth and diversification. Basic premises, I suppose, is to be in line with HC6. Have you done that? Does the plan set out a vision for the nighttime economy, supporting its growth and diversification, or is that more of a sort of what your council needs to do more generally, rather than what the local plan needs to do?
So I think it's maybe implicit in the overall approach of the local plan, where we seek to support good growth and sustainable growth, and ensure that I guess negative externalities can be properly managed. To create successful, kind of prosperous communities and a growth in a variety of Enfield sectors.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. The London Plan, as if it knows it's getting to 4 o'clock, it doesn't want to open. It keeps shutting itself down. I have to keep reopening it. Yeah, so Part B of HC6 sets out what development plans should do, and so on. Lists quite a few issues, I think some of which are picked up in your policy. Some might not be, because I think it refers to things like nighttime transport, and some I think might be outside the plan's control. It's things about opening hours and existing, opening hours, existing premises. I did ask about criterion 2 of the policy, because it seems to imply that while it refers to including smaller centres and parks, so this is where evening and nighttime activities might take place outside. So criterion 1 is a generally overarching thing about centres, in major institutional centres. Then you've got where else it might happen, evening and nighttime activities will be supported outside major and district centres, subject to the agent of change principle. It was this including smaller centres and parks. So it's not exhaustive, it's including, so it could be anywhere, practically. So I'll just double check, is that the intention? You're quite content to have evening and nighttime activities anywhere, provided they don't result in agents of change issues?
Yes, sir. So this did prompt some reflection and discussion within the team. So we came to the view that although we expect evening and nighttime economy uses to be primarily concentrated in the borough's centres and primarily in the largest centres, there are some activities in smaller centres and things like one-day festivals in parks. And so I think the fundamental thing for us is that agent of change principle, that kind of incoming user activity doesn't affect existing activities, most notably residential amenity and related considerations. So on reflection, and if you're willing to entertain modification, we'd like to incorporate the agent of change principle into criterion 1, and then I guess that would make and then change and remove explicit reference to major and district centres, and that would, I guess, make criterion 2 effectively redundant, and it'd make a more succinct and effective policy in our view.
Okay, well, fair point. Actually, I suppose yes. You could argue why criteria 1A, B, and C don't also apply to the other locations. I suppose so. It would at least do that. True. Okay, fine. And I guess if you look at that, then that does also pick up cumulative impact, residential amenity balance, and so because I was thinking agent of change. It comes back to this point. Is that the only? If I'm just thinking of criteria 2, is that really the only thing that you're thinking about without necessarily having to reel off a whole list of other things? An agent of change is sort of the corollary to residential amenity, because it clearly has a residential amenity is a factor there, but it's more about the effect on business you're worried about in agent of change. But actually, I thought, well, it's sort of no, you're actually worried about residential amenity. So I think that's a long way of saying I think that's a good idea. so right.
Thank you, sir.
So do that. I think that would be an action which would be sensible. I don't read, just going back to this idea though that yes, there might be situations where I can see nighttime activities, evening and nighttime activities taking place in smaller centres and parks and so on. I don't get the impression that policy HC6 of the London Plan is sort of advocating them sort of anywhere. So again, are you not concerned, as I've suggested, whether it's an issue or not, for you to think about, but things like accessibility and so on, except what constitutes a nighttime activity can be quite a broad issue. If something doesn't generate a lot of trips or a lot of activity through to something which is a huge event, lots of activity, so different implications. But there's nothing in here that talks about, particularly if you move out, if you're sort of becoming locationally more open, there's no, other than amenity issues, there's no locational criteria against which you'd be assessing them as well. And again, that might be what you're content with that, I don't know.
I think so. On reflection, to ensure that we align with policy, London Plan Policy HC6, Part B2, then I think this policy, our own policy E10, could be improved by including reference to access as a kind of key consideration, especially in the case of maybe uses that may take place outside of centres, which don't necessarily have that kind of built-in public transport accessibility.
Fine, thank you. Good. So I think, yes, I don't have anything else to say on those. I think I think you've suggested those changes, so in the statement, and I think you've explained it. And I think you have also suggested, is it removing reference to a balanced and socially inclusive evening and nighttime economy? Is that right? Because you say it's imprecise and...
Yeah, just mindful that this is a development management policy, and whilst supporting a balanced and socially inclusive evening and nighttime economy is of kind of crucial importance, that's more of a kind of statement of intent or a kind of background kind of imperative sitting behind the policy rather than a kind of DM instruction.
Okay. Well, I suppose, yeah, it would be, I suppose my question was, what does it mean? I suppose how you would assess it. So I suppose that's the point. Well, I think it's one of these we probably all know what it means generally, but it's easier to say. It's easier to write it there, and if someone asks, then you have to think about how you would assess it. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. Move on then. Nothing else on that to E11. This is about telecommunications, I think, isn't it, generally? And I don't think I had a great deal to say about criteria 1, 2, and 3. Yes, I didn't. In fact, I didn't have any. Not only did I not ask any questions, I don't think of anything I want to particularly raise now. Criterion 4, I asked about criterion 4, unnecessarily duplicating national policy in relation to telecommunications infrastructure, and whether wording that hasn't. Some of it is directly lifted, I think, from the framework, but I've said where it's not lifted from the framework. Is it necessary? And my reference was, I think it's 4B, not create any acceptable risk to health and well-being. You've said that you're not requiring anything other than, it's not going beyond what it says about the International Commission and Guidelines. So I guess my question is, well, if you're not expecting anything beyond what the framework says, then what actually can be the health and well-being? I mean, the well-being might be a resident. I mean, you may be talking about residential amenity in that respect, or living conditions, but this is different to health. So if there's an implication, which is what I was going to try to get at, you've got criterion C, which is from the framework and talks about International Commission. The framework's pretty clear that, in terms of health, that's all you're really supposed to be looking at. And if you can demonstrate you've done it. So I think the sort of concern was B, by mentioning health, is implying that either A, there could be other health implications of telecommunications masts, which may or may which has not been proven, I suppose, or B, that or that you there are things you're going to take into account which do go beyond. So what is it you'd actually be looking at?
There aren't things that we would take into account that go beyond the sort of prescribed guidelines. We wouldn't get into sort of non-evidence-based approaches, and when an application, for example, for a telecoms mast is submitted, it's a requirement that a statement is provided as to compliance with the guidelines, which is about radiation, essentially from the mast. So that's sort of there isn't any intention around the word well-being, and we wouldn't want that to be misinterpreted either. So, however that needs to be reflected, I think we're content with your guidance on that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think all things being equal, I think the reference to health is unhelpful and potentially misleading. If the point on if it is intended that the well-being of residents is an amenity issue, then I think it should just be left to be an amenity issue and leave it to that, really. So it sounds, I think, unacceptable risks to health and well-being sounds somewhat different to, and then the amenity of surroundings. I think maybe just it is not create any unacceptable impacts on the amenity of.
Yeah.
I personally prefer living conditions, but I understand people understand amenity, so fine. So I would say that's an action there to remove that. And then on criterion 5, I think with respect, I think you might have missed the point of my question in your response. The criterion 5 simply says that development in the greenbelt would not be permitted unless it is demonstrated that there are no suitable sites and the use will maintain the openness of the greenbelt and objectives of the metropolitan open land. A few things. Firstly, your statement refers to very special circumstances and that a lack of alternatives could form the basis for the consideration of very special circumstances. Well, perhaps, and as could some of the other benefits that you've identified. I guess you could look at the whole, anything is capable of being a very special circumstance, at least in theory. But as I'm bound to point, that's not what the policy says. The policy says that unless if effectively what it says, if you can demonstrate there are no alternatives, then it's ipso facto acceptable in greenbelt and metropolitan open land. So
it's not correct that in that sense. So that would be what you. So I've assessed telecommunications applications from a development management perspective in the greenbelt and elsewhere in the borough. We're sort of acknowledging the benefits of digital infrastructure, connectivity, capacity in the network that can be provided. But essentially, what we it's a case-by-case basis in accordance with national policy that you'd assess the amassed in the greenbelt. So it's not, I think, you just sort of start if you're looking at the NPPF December 2023 about sort of impact on openness and so forth and the permanence and look at the, whether it could be acceptable, it sort of be unsuitable development, to begin with, and then you'd sort of look at any case made by the applicant as to why it should be allowed.
And that's basically what.
And that's what you do.
Yeah, that's what you do, but that's not what criterion 5 says.
I don't know that it should be anything other than an assessment on a case-by-case basis.
No, I think there's an argument to say, as usual, why have you even referred to greenbelt in this policy? Because you have a policy about greenbelt.
Yeah.
I start from the basis there must be some reason for doing it, and therefore you're trying to argue some kind of different approach to masts in greenbelt to something else, and I would be challenging that, I guess, as I should, testing that as to whether or not it's justified. It doesn't sound like, from what you've said, that is the case. It's just they've decided to refer to greenbelt. So either I would say criterion 5 needs to be deleted because you don't need it at all, because it stands to reason that any mast in the greenbelt would be considered against greenbelt policy, or you say applications for masts within, or telecommunications equipment I should say, within the greenbelt will be assessed in accordance with policy BG or whichever one it is. That's it.
Exactly.
That's it. So, okay. So yeah, either of those approaches removes the misleading element. So I would say maybe that's going to be for you to decide, but how you want to do it. But yeah, so it's got to be something to do with with criterion 5. I think as well, but that might cover it. Yeah, I think actually if you just do what I've suggested, one of those two options, because the reference to openness is also wrong in criterion 5. It's not how, it's not how openness is addressed, because you said the uses available will maintain the openness of the greenbelt. Well, that test is in the exceptions. It's not an exception. So almost definitely it won't preserve the openness of the green belt. So but that doesn't mean you can't have you can't grant planning permission for it, because you then follow the tests of VSC. That's it.
Yeah, agreed.
Yes, and I think that's my only other point on this, but I think you've agreed that needs changing would be criterion 5 almost seems to prejudge the VSC argument, which I think you've accepted isn't the case, isn't the intent, so that's fine.
It's not, the intention isn't to be sort of more permissive to masts in the green belt than otherwise would be. You'd sort of, case by case basis for development management colleagues to sort of assess using their sort of faculties and the wider sort of policies. So I think.
Okay, so action there, and then I think in 9.75, which probably all flows from that, they might developers will need to have, and I think my question was about conflation, wasn't it? Yeah, so 9.75 has this sort of weird thing where it talks about you need to have special regard to the sensitivity of the Greenbelt Metropolitan Open Plan and other locations where the quality of the landscape and townscape may be particularly sensitive. I know that in some instances the Greenbelt in Enfield is also an area of special character and so on, has some landscape designation, but obviously in and of itself, Greenbelt and Metropolitan Open Plan are not landscape designations. So phrase to other locations where the quality of landscape and townscape may be particularly sensitive is actually slightly misleading, because that's not what the Greenbelt and MOL is about. And then you've got things about in conservation areas and listed buildings. Well, they're covered again by other policy. Proposals involving telecommunication equipment need to demonstrate that exceptional circumstances exist to justify an appropriate development in the Greenbelt and Metropolitan Plan. Well, that's wrong, but you'll cover that by dealing with what I've just said. It will also be important to ensure that new buildings do not prevent residents from accessing strong and uninterrupted television reception. Again, a bit of a non sequitur, because that reads as if it's all to do with Greenbelt and MOL, but it's not, is it? That's anywhere. So I guess there's a return carriage not being hit somewhere along there, and it should be a separate paragraph in and of itself. So I think 9.75 would need to be rejigged to make sure it's not saying anything about Greenbelt and Metropolitan Open Plan which isn't true or isn't accurate, but also I would suggest rephrasing references to character. It's effectively a character and appearance issue, really, isn't it? And effect on heritage, and not so potentially conflating Greenbelt with landscape. Yeah. But that is it for me. Any more points on that? So I think there's some actions there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. No.
Right, so unless there's anything else, I will adjourn for the day, and we will return here at 9:30 on Tuesday morning to deal with whatever we're dealing with then. So have a good weekend, everyone. And again, as usual, thank you for all your help today. Very much appreciated. But good weekends. And if it's a storm, I've not been outside. If the storm is raging, then safe journey home. But I'm not sure if it is or not.
No, it's okay now. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your help. Thank you.